From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be, across all these many prolific time zones. Stretching from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Islands out west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, and north all the way to the pole, as well as worldwide on the Internet, thanks to broadcast.com. Thank you. This is Coast to Coast and Beyond AM. I'm Art Bell. All right, once again, tonight, open lines. Now, I have booked a guest for Friday night, Saturday morning, and he should be very interesting indeed. He is a Dr. Roger Dunham, and he has written a book, barely, about regarding a true account of an American submarine and its mission in finding a downed Russian sub. Still so secret, so secret. I mean, some of the stuff that went on, it really sounds exactly like something from a Clancy novel, you know. But I got a note originally from a lieutenant commander, USN retired, about this mission. He was also on it, and then managed to track down, thanks to him, this doctor, now a physician, regular doctor, who was on this mission, and it is going to astound you. That will be Friday night, Saturday morning. So that really is all I have booked that has struck my fancy thus far this week. Tonight, we're going to open what I call the timeline. Now, this line is for people who claim to have traveled in time to be here from another time. I'm very much encouraged to do this, by the way, because of my guest last Sunday on Dreamland, Dr. Goldberg. Truly a remarkable thesis, I would call it, I guess, regarding the fact that he believes time travelers are here now in great numbers. Great numbers. And by the way, he agrees with many others that much of what we may be experiencing that we call paranormal may not be quite as well, to us, of course, it is as magic. Seems like magic, doesn't it? To travel through time, but even the physicists of today believe that time travel will be possible, Dr. Michio Kaku and many others. And it's just that we don't have the power to do it right now. But as long as somebody would in the future, then absolutely one must consider it totally reasonable that there be time travelers here now. Now, what I am going to do tonight is for anybody who seriously claims to be here from another time. I'm going to assign not the usual number, but instead what is normally the wild card line. In other words, area code 702-727-1295. I repeat, the magic number if you are a time traveler. Area code 702-727-1295. Anybody out there willing to risk the possibility of a crinkle in time is welcome to call that number and tell us what you will. It's always interesting. Otherwise, in the news, let's see, FBI is trying to figure out why Russell E. Weston, Jr. planned to kill federal agents, whether he did, when he stormed Capitol Hill on Friday. More likely, you would imagine that he was after lawmakers inside, but that's just a guess. I mean, why else, try to shoot your way into the Capitol? Prosecutors expect some kind of insanity claim. There is some background. But his lawyer will not now discuss his mental state. No plea entered yet. President Clinton, faced with the prospect of having to go, has decided to volunteer to go instead and give testimony regarding his relationship with former White House intern Monica Lewinsky. He will be videotaped August 17th, said aides, and they also say he is prepared to stick by his denial of any sexual relations with Lewinsky, although legal sources said she told prosecutors they had sex and discussed ways of concealing it. So we'll see. GM strikers have begun to return to work. I thought for a while here I was going to have a complete classic. You know, I have a new car, which mostly sits out there and is garage fodder because I work at home. But it is a fun car. It's a Firebird Trans Am. That sort of dark blue, black color. It's really a mean-looking car. And it operates the way it looks. It's a cop attractor. I mean, the police see that car, and it's like a magnet, you know. So the problem with a fast car is that you can hardly ever go fast. I mean, a cop sees that out somewhere, and it's like, let's get him. And even if he isn't going fast, he looks like he's going fast, or he looks like he's thinking about going fast. So let's nail his butt. In fact, it would be interesting. You know what? It would be very interesting for me to hear from some police out there. Now, maybe I'm all wrong regarding my assessment of the way an officer thinks when he sees, something like the Firebird Trans Am. This is the car, if you don't know, they've been doing commercials for it. I got it about half a year ago. And they've been doing commercials for it. This is the one where the car sits at the stoplight. And it finally changes and the car screams forward, shattering the stoplight. And in yet another car, my car eats the car in front of it. It's kind of neat. Anyway, I thought for a while it was going to be a complete classic because I thought GM would stay on strike, but it appears they're going back. I wonder if there is going to be a 99 model. By the way, this also relates to the show on Sunday night about time travel. Or just a quick note to say, nice job on your radio interview Sunday night on Dreamland. I happen to be, in fact, one of the time travelers that you spoke of. Your accuracy, he's talking now about Bruce Goldberg, Dr. Goldberg, your accuracy with your facts was amazing. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you have traveled through time yourself. Thanks again for representing us so well. And then he says, P.S., only one of your facts was off. My time machine has been operational for about 2,000 years. Interesting, huh? This is also interesting. It is a release today from NASA. NASA researcher Patrick Minnis, M-I-N-N-I-S, studied satellite photos of the airplane jet streams we all see. They occur when the sky is moist, close to perhaps forming thin clouds. And you have all seen, as we all have, a jet's contrail. And science always thought that they mean nothing. Wrong. What this NASA researcher discovered may sound far-fetched, but the evidence is clear. For example, a distinctive oval-shaped contrail left behind by a test flight drifted across California for 6 hours, finally turning into a 60-mile-long cloud system. Wow. Quote, we were very excited because it opened our eyes to the fact that there's possibly a lot of clouds up in the sky that were originally contrails. In another case, a figure-8 cloud created its own 60-mile swath of clouds over Texas and Louisiana over a 9-hour period. NASA's Bruce Anderson actually went aloft to follow in the turbulent wake of a contrail. He came up with a theory for the role of contrails in causing atmospheric moisture to condense into clouds. He said, quote, "We do know that the sulfur in the fuel from aircraft generate aerosol particles, and those in turn can influence the formation of clouds. So could jet-caused clouds be enough to affect the climate?" The number of clear days over the U.S. has decreased in the last 30 years, and we suspect that much of it is due to an increase in cirrus clouds, which we suspect probably is due to an increase in air traffic, said Minnis. And if such clouds trap heat, could they even contribute to global warming? Oh, now he's in trouble. He said the magic political word, global warming. Incidentally, as long as I have said it, here's another one. President Gore says it's been the warmest month of June, on record in all of mankind's record keeping. Announcing new data showing last month was the warmest June on record, Vice President Gore has called on Congress to abandon efforts to block any educational discussion of climate change. Quote, "The latest data showing this June was the warmest month on record will provide more evidence that global warming is real," said the Vice President. And disasters around the country, like devastating fires in Florida, show exactly how vulnerable we are to extreme weather. This is why we must continue to develop common sense strategies to protect future generations from the grave risks of climate change. So there you have it. Now, how many of you have thought that all your life? That jets leaving contrails disturb the atmosphere in a way that actually begins the process of cloud creation and a storm. And oh, by the way, with regard to storms, now we've got clear skies above us now in the desert. Very clear, beautiful. Stars are out, and my night vision camera coupled to my video camera is feeding signals in, and every 30 seconds I'm taking a picture of the southern sky, nearly vertical, but somewhat down toward the south, so you'll know where the camera is pointed, and over toward the east. Somebody is getting the hell kicked out of him. There's a thunderstorm over toward the east, toward Las Vegas or beyond. It's tricky. It's hard to tell. It could well be beyond, out of the lake, or even further. I don't know. But somewhere out east, there are strikes just about every 2 or 3 seconds. And there's some big storms going on out there. But above me, it is, as you will see if you look at my studio cam, quite clear and beautiful. So there you have it, going to open lines in a moment. Once again, though, my timeline, my line for time travelers is area code 702-727-1295, 702-727-1295. Bear in mind that you must have arrived here and done your time traveling not mentally, but through some type of actual machine, which was the, I'm fond of saying button pushing, lever pulling, fully instrumented time machine of some sort. to the phones. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. Good evening.
Good evening.
From Seattle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had talked to you a couple of weeks ago. We talked about the running of the bulls that was going on, and
in Nevada.
Correct.
That turned out just the way I thought it would. Stupid.
Exactly. And I also mentioned to you the reincarnation line.
That's right.
You said you'd write it down, but, you had to do the confession line first, but I thought it was a good idea.
It is a good idea, but I'll bet you I would get a lot of people who would call and be, Caesar.
Well, certainly, that's the fun of it.
King Tut. And all right, I'm writing it down again in case I lost my note, all right?
Great, Art. Hey, I love your bumper music, and if you ever get a chance, go see Supertramp. They're great.
I absolutely, I would. I use their music all the time as bumper. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. Well, I hate to steal a contact line, but I guess I will. When you look at the night sky, as we have here in the desert in Nevada, and as I have on my webcam right now, it is updating about every 30 seconds, I believe. And you look at the stars that are out there, and you imagine that those stars are light years away. Many, many light years away. Light years. That's a long way. And when you're looking at these stars, you are actually looking back in time. As a matter of fact, we're going to have a guest this coming Sunday on Dreamland on precisely this subject. I'm really looking for, he's Ed Krupp, Dr. Ed Krupp, and he is an astronomer at Griffith Park Observatory. And we'll talk to him about this whole concept, but when you look at these stars, these incredibly clear, beautiful desert, thin air, low humidity photography of the kind we're doing here, you've just got to know that there's life out there. And if there's life out there, it may easily be advanced enough to travel through time. Because that's virtually the only way you're going to cover that kind of space. And so then why not imagine time travel in our own future? Is it likely? Absolutely. On my time traveler line, my timeline, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello. What is your first name?
My name is Peter.
Peter, okay.
Yes.
Are you, in fact, Peter, do you claim to be a time traveler?
I wouldn't use those words for the reason that the language doesn't really fit. That makes an assumption that time is a linear function. And in fact, time is a tapestry. And
what do you mean by a tapestry? I understand linear time. I sit here and I watch my clock tick off the seconds, and it does so in a perfectly linear fashion from day to day, and week to week, and month to month, and year to year. So what do you mean when you say it is not linear?
Time has many dimensions of its own. And anybody who's read a lot of science fiction would talk about parallel universes and alternate realities. The nature of time has more to do with weaving patterns.
All right. Well, even the nation's best theoretical physicists say that multi-dimensions are probable.
Yes.
Not possible, but probable.
Mm-hmm. My experience of it has less to do with traveling than it has to do with shifting the attention of where we choose to perceive ourselves in time and space.
Well, are you suggesting that you can change where you are in time and space mentally?
This isn't really a mental process. It's more of an emotional one.
An emotional process?
Yes, it's an emotional process. Think of it even in terms of just this lifetime.
Okay.
I am working through resolving a past event.
Do you mean an event in a past life?
No, not necessarily. You could do that as well. I'm
All right, well,
simplifying it by saying in a current lifetime, right now, thinking about something that happened in childhood.
Well, you can do that when you go to a psychiatrist.
Sure. You can also think about it in terms of what's happening right in the present. Time travel isn't, okay, if you want to think of it as a physical process of taking this body and moving it
Yes.
to the past,
Yes.
then I don't know how that works.
Okay, well then I'm sorry, but you don't qualify to be on my line. How about that? What did I say that line was for? You can call me on any other line. But that line is being restricted to those who in fact know time travel, physical time travel is possible, because they have done it. I wish you had the opportunity to hear the Dreamland last that we did with Dr. Goldberg. I'm sure many of you have. If you don't get Dreamland, ask your local affiliate to pick it up. It airs Sunday between 6 and 9 p.m. Pacific Time. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Is this the Art Bell show?
It would seem so, yes.
I listened to him last night. He was talking about the Y2K problem.
That's right.
And I have some information that I think he might be interested in.
Well, speak it.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
You're not Art. You're not Art, and I'm not on the air, am I?
Well, there's a trick to this. When I push the button and I say, East of the Rockies, you're on the air, that line has definite meaning. Think about it. You're east of the Rockies and you're on the air.
Well, for many years, I practiced architecture and urban planning until retirement age. And at that point, found I was too old to be hired for the ordinary chief architect's job or that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started looking for an entrepreneurship, consultancies, and this sort of thing. And in the course of that, I got involved with a group they call themselves Tegonomics. Tego, T-E-G, stands for the ethical group, and they're interested in focusing on scams within the American economy. So I started becoming an investigative journalist for them on their behalf.
Looking for scams.
Of any kind, yes.
Yeah.
And I uncovered quite a few of them, frankly. Not all of them were published by Tegonomics or distributed, but they send out to various news media as well as to large corporations the information that they collect.
Okay.
In the course of it, I first heard about the Millennium Bug, about somewhere around 1992 or 93.
Right.
And it caught my interest. And I've been spending the last 4 or 5 years, 6 years now going on, trying to get information on it that was trustworthy.
Well, if you have investigated for that long, what have you found?
Oh, my. Do you have a couple of hours?
No, I don't. In a nutshell, have you found it to be some kind of scam, or is it real? Do you expect those on the negative side, like Gary North, to be correct, or those on the positive side who say it'll all be fixed, no problem, it'll be a day like any other, or is it something in between?
It is the most severe disaster that this country, in fact the world, has ever seen.
Oh.
Attention American. I got a flyer that I just sent a copy to Tegonomics today. That is a flyer. It says, attention Americans, the Millennium Bug is now unstoppable.
Well, that's what others are saying. That, at this juncture, no matter how many programmers you could muster, there is no way to do it in time, and it's going to happen, period.
There aren't enough specialists who understand the problem, even computer specialists. The younger crowd has no access to the codes under which the present system is operating, like COBOL and others. It's just not enough people to go around. I think IBM alone has 400 million lines of code that must be changed in order to take care of the problem. They know how to do it. They just don't have the time.
I got a letter. I made a request of my own bank, and I got a very interesting letter in return today. You know, the form kind of letter, just as Gary North said I would, which indicated they are working on the problem diligently. They are concerned about the problem. They think they'll have their problem worked out, meaning my bank, by I think they said the end of this year. Maybe I'll bring the letter in and read it. But it did not fully comfort me. And they made allusions to the fact that though they may have theirs fixed, their vendors may not. And it was a concerned letter.
I've been in touch with Dr. North, and I trust his thinking very much. He has seldom been wrong in his analyses or his predictions that I know of. He's got a remarkable record. And there are others, we could name a list of them, who are catching up with him.
Well, there's Ed Jordan. There are many others. Thank you. Very well qualified in the field. And most of the serious researchers that I've talked to take this very seriously. And obviously my bank did. They take it very seriously. I'll see if I can grab that letter. It's in the other room. It just arrived today. On my wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Actually, my time traveler line.
Oh, your time traveler line?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. You sound like you're a traveler, but you sound like you might be on the highway.
Well, I got a machine that you have to push buttons and change levers, but unfortunately, the only time it travels is over the road. All right, Art.
Yes?
Yeah. That's the only thing I got.
I understand.
Wrong machine.
You must. Well, that's all right. You're here. What did you call for?
Well, concerning the YTK problem.
Yes.
Up here in Quebec, they sent us out a whole bunch of pamphlets with our bill. I thought this was a kind of proof that it does exist concerning hydroelectricity or electricity in general. They said that they figure that they'll have the problem fixed by the mid-1999, and that brownouts and blackouts should not be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was kind of interesting, you know, that they put it in black and white, that they do have a problem, and that at the moment they are not, 2000 compliant.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Look, it is a real problem. All right, here, I'm going to read. Let's see, is anything to say I can't read it? No. Dear Arthur W. Bell, I do appreciate your interest in the steps that Nevada State Bank is taking to avoid potential service disruptions due to the year 2000 problem. Basically, the year 2000 problem occurs because many it goes on and on about the digits, and then says, recognizing these concerns, our data processing affiliate, it names the company, along with Nevada State Bank, that's my bank, has formed a team of employees to work on the year 2000 issue full time. We have developed an inventory of all our computer software programs and applications. Each is being reviewed, modified, if necessary, and tested. Federal regulatory agencies are requiring that all programming changes be completed by December 31st, 1998, the end of this year, I told you, in order to allow the entire year of 1999 to deal with any unexpected issues that may arise. They go on, we have also been working with our software vendors to ensure that their applications will comply. Alternate plans will be developed in the event our vendors failed to adequately address these issues. We are reviewing any concerns with our internal auditors and other regulatory agencies. They go on here. In its June 2nd, 97 cover story, Newsweek described a, quote, likely to happen, end quote, scenario of how this problem might affect our banking system. Some patrons may temporarily be shut out of their accounts. Electronic wire transfers may be disrupted. Fortunately, Nevada State Bank has been taking all necessary steps to ensure that we will have no experience, or we will fail to experience such problems, and that our clients will not be inconvenienced in any way. Signed, so-and-so. So, I'm not sure exactly how comforted I am about this. I am comforted that they have a nice letter they send to me. But the language in it is a little ambiguous, particularly with reference to their vendors. So, on our time traveler line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
A couple things you need for verification of time travelers.
Are you a time traveler?
Yes, of sorts, and,
okay.
and I can prove it.
All right.
And
Good.
what you need for verification are people that can tell you exactly what's going to happen exactly in a short period of time, right?
Yes.
In the future, of course,
Yes,
right?
yes.
I can do that, Art.
And
you need something else, which is
right.
a bonus.
Well, let's not drift away. One point.
Well, this is a bonus. Everyone that's ever met me in my life knows that I have I'm different than every other human you'll ever meet.
You are abnormal.
Yeah, very abnormal.
Okay.
Very different than any human, and you can open a line up for that, and people know my voice. They'll call up and tell you that. They'll never forget me, and I'm very different.
All right.
And yet they accept it. But I'm going to tell you something in the future, very short term, okay?
You bet.
On Saturday at 4 o'clock, I know exactly where Dr. Lear will be. The next Saturday after that, I know exactly where Mr. Goldberg will be. They'll be at the Art Bell Chat Club in Ventura.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
What?
You have horribly violated my...
Well, I thought I should get an A for creativity, Art.
What you get, I can't repeat on the air, sir.
Well, we're having a hard time getting the word out here, Art, that there's even an Art Bell Chat Club in Ventura, Santa Barbara.
I understand, and I wish you well, but you should have called me on another line.
Well, I tried, Art, but it was busy. This one seems to have less people trying to get a hold of
Obviously.
you. And I appreciate that.
All right. Well, you are... I understand that you are desperate to get through, but you violate the code of honor when you do that. So, I'm going to say this one more time. And that is, if you are a time traveler, and only if you are a time traveler, should you call me at area code 702-727-1295. Now, this is not the normal line we use. I decided first-time callers ought to be able to get through. So why not make it the wild card line? So if you are a time traveler, and only if you're a time traveler, call me. Area code 702-727-1295. And again, I remind you, we have the webcam looking roughly straight up, slightly to the south, where we have clear skies in the desert, and you can see a prolific number of stars. It is a remarkable device. And you know, if the astronauts had had one of these when they were on the moon, everybody would not be now bitching that you couldn't see any stars in the background. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. And tonight, we have what we call the timeline open. Now, what is the timeline? It is one very specific thing not to be violated. The timeline is for those people out there who actually have traveled in time to the present time and would enjoy telling us what they can, without creating a paradox, about our immediate future. Obvious of great interest to a lot of people. The Y2K thing looms on the horizon. We've talked a little bit about that this morning as well. But all of this reinvigorated by the visit Sunday on Dreamland of Dr. Bruce Goldberg, who absolutely says we are being visited now by many time travelers. And it does make sense when you consider a few things. One, that the distances to the stars, for example, right now you can go look at my webcam, and we've got it focused. The trouble is, I've noticed you've got to keep moving it because, of course, the sky is moving. So I go out every other break or so and move the camera a little bit to a good part of the sky. But when you look at those stars that are so far out there, stars that are literally hundreds, thousands, or millions of, or even billions of light years away, you're looking back through time. Vicariously, I guess, looking at my webcam. We've got a good condition for looking at this kind of thing here in the desert when it is clear. And it is clear. So, would there be time travelers from here or elsewhere? Yes, indeed. Can we get them to call us? Yes, indeed. And therefore, I seal off one line totally for time travelers. Now, you've got to be the button-pushing, lever-pulling, machine time travelers. You cannot be one who has lucid dreams and that sort of thing. I'm looking for the real McCoy time travelers. And on my wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art Bell.
Yes, do you qualify?
I have a story to tell you that I think you might be.
First-time callers call area 702-727-1222.
No,
James, no, hold it. All right, now see, you already messed up. At least in this timeline, you messed up because you're not allowed to give your last name.
Oh, sir, I'm very sorry. I'm just very excited that I had just discovered your phone number.
All right, Jameson is your name.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jameson, when are you from?
I'm from the year 2035.
What are you doing here?
Well, what I can tell you is that I'm speaking to you from the year 2035 through a vortex.
Oh, you mean you are not in my time?
I'm in the year 2035 as we're speaking.
Right now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's excellent.
Listen, I am a research student at the University of Minnesota in the year 2035. And I listened to your broadcast with Dr. Bruce in my classroom. They have that on the archives.
In the archives.
It's the most amazing thing. And much of what he says is true. It's true about the men in black. It's true about the visitors. The government, it's all there. And the scary thing is so few people know about it that my phone call to you right now could be such a dangerous contact. Discovering this phone number open to time travelers was the greatest breakthrough I've ever had in my life.
All right. Slow down. Tell me what you can about the year 2035. What is it like?
Well, very much of your time now is a tropical information paradise. You have access to libraries and information freely, and you can speak to each other in the global way.
Yes.
It's so free right now, and there's so much that you could easily take for granted, and I can't even know how to blame you because you're there, and you don't even know how it becomes.
To blame us for what? What has changed when you are?
All I can tell you is President Clinton, he's probably the last elected president. If history doesn't change with this phone call, he will be the last elected president you ever have as a people. And the overthrow, the world power, and the mass integration of the peoples dissipates through all sorts of I'm just learning about these things in my classes. I'm having such a hard time. It's history to me. But today it's so much more oppressed. The way things are, like not even love is real anymore. It's just so controlled.
Everything in 2035 is controlled. You're saying it's some kind of police state.
the factions form after the Congress is uplifted.
Uplifted? You mean after Congress?
It seems so simple. If I were to tell you, it might shock you, but it's so simple the way it happened.
No. It's all right. Does uplifted mean dissolved?
Well, they tell us it's suspended, but it just seems like it's been 4 years now, and it just doesn't seem like anything's changing. It's just becoming more and more cut off, and the people are becoming broken up more and more, and the schools are becoming. They try to conform you so much. There's just the freedom is. You just seem like it's all pre-made.
Well, that's a pretty bleak future.
There's still friendship, and there's still love, and the good, I believe, will overcome. And the faith is what pulls you through, to have a faith in something, whatever it is.
In what manner are you able to place a phone call from one time to another?
Well, through my research as a student, I discovered a unit that was placed by one of the government travelers, who through your liberating program, we were to actually hear something about, and things were able to click with my own theories and what limited things we can figure out as groups.
That is remarkable. May I ask about a couple of things? Everybody today is worried about this Y2K problem that looms on us all. Does that turn out to be, as you understand it in history, a big problem or not?
Can you tell me a little bit more about it? The Y2K itself doesn't ring a bell from what I know.
Oh, it doesn't? Well, then it could not have been a big deal. It is otherwise called the Millennium Bug, which is supposed to crash computers in the year 2000.
Oh, I think there was some sort of large conspiracy with computers, but it turned out to just be hype. But I don't remember exactly what it was, if it was that. I don't want to shoot anything down, but I remember some sort of, it did have something to do with the year 2000.
All right, what kind of government structure do you now have? If you don't have an effective Congress,
well,
and you don't have an
elected... The United States is the longest thing that's ever existed, and I wish so much that what we had today was more based on the fundamentals and the ethics that is in the United States itself.
Well, listen, I sure do appreciate your call. It's talk about a long-distance call. This is a real winner.
Actually, I think if somehow this were found out, I'd be in a lot of trouble.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think it's one of those deals where you should not even be talking to us?
You know what? At first I was so terrified of it, but I feel like even if I were to be killed any moment now,
yes,
it would. If it does anything for time, if it does anything for what becomes, it was so worth it.
Well, all right. What advice do you have for the people in 1998?
Hold on to your faith, educate yourself as intensely as possible, and keep an ear to the ground, and keep an eye on what's happening, and act, and don't be afraid.
Now, there you are in 2035. Do you imagine or know that events could unfold in a very different way, changing the future? Or do you think that what is going to...
the power of the people that you have assembled in your great country that's been around longer than any empire, I mean, well, it hasn't when I'm talking to you, but I believe it hits its fluorescent, it's 500-year fluorescent, and then, well, I know it's a very cherished thing, and the society of the people is what's powerful about your country, and the power of the people is what you have very strongly, and that is strong enough to overcome any kind of oppression, in my view.
All right. I appreciate the call. Thank you. From the year 2035, Jameson. Gosh, I wonder if that is what it's going to be like. If President Clinton is going to be the last elected president, if the Congress will ascend to kind of a figurehead position, and we would live virtually in today what we would certainly consider to be a police state. One likely future. All right, we'll be right back. Well, I can see now I need a motorized mount for my outside super cam, my night vision cam, because the sky changes. So that means I've got to go out just about every break and refocus on a good part of the sky. Live and learn. We experiment with new technology. All right. On my time traveler line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bell.
Well, that's a nice deep voice you've got there.
Well, thank you.
When are you from?
Well, as I was saying kind of earlier to my companion, that's somewhat hard to pinpoint. However, probably the closest I can come is about 3050.
3050. That
That's
sure
correct.
is a long time from now.
Yes, it is. My name is Night Cloud.
Night Cloud.
Yes, sir. And I have various other names. I've been known as various other names.
Night Cloud actually sounds like a Native American name.
So it's interesting that you would say that. In fact, the name itself does have some historic roots. Certainly, and in fact, some roots that I'm sure you're very aware of, Anasazi origins.
How did you get here from 3050?
Well, in 3050, it's really a relatively simple matter. The things that are being discovered and have recently been discovered in current Earth history, 1990s, and really we can go back even further to the 1930s. However, various discoveries that have taken place in your time that you are currently living in, the dimension, what we would refer to as the third dimension.
Yes.
I'm using so much energy now, just being here on the third. I'm much more familiar with what you would. And
you're saying it requires a great deal of energy to remain here.
Oh yes, indeed. Dr. Goldberg is not who he would claim he is. Dr. Goldberg is in fact one of many who.
I got a whole bunch of faxes like that said Dr. Goldberg knew too much. He obviously is not who he says he is.
No, he isn't. And in fact, he is what we refer to as ourselves. What we travel on, what you know, 1998 third dimension, what you know as wormholes, which we in the later 3000s, right around 3050, what we consider and what we call translucent, transient pathways. And we consider all of ourselves, Dr. Goldberg included, as luminous animals. And it is of the luminous animals where what we do is we affect everything that happens. I was going to tell you, I've been known as other people, Hermes being my first name here, and I'm sure you heard Dr. Goldberg discuss Hermes, discuss Osiris, and
absolutely.
Who he failed to mention, of course, currently would be myself, Night Cloud.
Night Cloud. All right. Well, what can you tell us about our future?
Well, let me start, Art, if I can call you Art. Let me start, Mr. Bell, with the problems that you are going through now, a time in Earth history where some of the most intriguing events have occurred. You might know about the shaft, what has been referred to by a gentleman by the name of Eric von Daniken, known as the Gottenbrink shaft.
Yes.
Okay. And you kind of know about.
As a matter of fact, I have spoken with Gottenbrink.
So you know the inventor of the robot. My goodness, it's raining where I am on the third dimension right now, which helps, by the way. Rain and the electricity helps with my energy. It helps for me to be able to keep focused. There are so many things that are going through my mind.
Well, once again, what we want to know is what lies ahead for us.
Well, I don't want to be crass with you.
Go ahead, be crass.
But we're you are headed for some major changes, and there have been several changes, kind of getting back to that whole Gottenbrink idea. Wonderful book, by the way, written by von Daniken, is The Eyes of the Sphinx. And I would recommend highly you looking through that particular book. I believe it's his most recent. In fact, he appeared at Roswell.
Well, I hate to press you here, but
yes.
We really would like to know some details of what is coming.
Well, let's put it this way, Art. Not everybody's going to make it through the Earth changes. Those who do make it through the Earth changes will go through a transformation.
When do the Earth changes begin in
Well, you
earnest?
know that they're happening currently.
Well,
in fact, the AP recently put out a report about tsunami possibilities in the Great Northwest, in the Greater Northwest.
Yes.
And pretty interesting article. But
you keep referring to current articles.
Yes, sir.
With your knowledge
Yes.
from 3050, you should be able to tell us when all of this begins to occur.
It's begun. It has begun.
All right. When do the Earth changes that will take many lives?
Are you looking for culminations?
Yeah.
You can look forward to. July's been a pretty hot month in more ways than one. You can look forward to in the next few weeks, and I'll be doing quite a bit of work in the next few weeks. You can expect the Northwest to suffer some pretty devastating losses, comparable to the Papua New Guinea tidal wave that erupted from, of course, the earthquake.
Are you suggesting there will be a tsunami in the Northwest?
Yes, sir. Yes, you can count on it.
And that will be within the next few weeks?
I would say by the end of August. Now, again, I don't want to pinpoint it because, well, I think you kind of know the answer to that.
Paradox?
Yes, you discussed that with Goldberg, and he has a good finger on it.
Yes.
Hey, listen, also, beyond von Daniken, pay attention to Whitley. Whitley is also not who he would appear to be. Be very careful of Dr. Hoagland. Hoagland has secrets. He knows things. And he hasn't even begun to indulge his treasure of secrets.
All right. I appreciate the call. No, Dr. Goldberg is not who he says he is. Whitley is not who he says he is, and watch out for Richard Hoagland. Earth changes, tsunamis for the Northwest sometime no later than August. Okay. Time Traveler line at area code 702-727-1295. Well, I just went out and turned the camera out toward Area 51. Looking now out over the mountain range toward Area 51, roughly north and west of here. And we'll kind of watch that one for a while. It was really cool. There was a shooting star while I was out there. That's in the northwest sky, so that's what you're going to be looking at for about the next half hour. Then I'll focus on something else, but you might keep an eye on this one. Again, focused toward Area 51. All right, here we go again. On my Time Traveler line, you're on the air.
Oh, hi, Art. This is Linto.
What is your name again?
Linto.
Linto.
It's a fairly common name, and about 30 years from now, 20, 25 years from now.
Linto, huh?
Well, from what year is this? I wasn't. But let me just give you a little story of how the thought came about. Kind of one of the sporting things we do now is search for errant antique waves. Because, radio waves, TV waves, they just drift on and on in space.
Linto, you're a little hard to understand because your phone is kind of mushy.
Oh, well, is that better?
Maybe you're too close. Get a little away from it.
Yeah. Is that better?
Well, it's a little tough. Can you tell us from when you are?
Well, today's November 8th, 2022.
2022.
Yeah.
Are you telling me like another caller that you are actually calling from the future?
Oh, it's everyday technology. It's no big thing. Well, for you it may be somewhat different. We just take it for granted.
Well, we don't.
But
I don't get calls from the future every day, believe me. In fact, this is a first.
It's rather fortuitous how this all came about, because we were just scanning for what we call garbage waves.
Well, now I know that there was just a big telecom merger. Does that lead eventually to the ability to be able to call through time?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. Really, what prompted me to call was to let you know when you'll make contact with the people out there.
I mean, is an operator likely to pop in at any moment demanding you deposit another $1 million into the phone?
Well, this is rather illicit activity, and I don't tell everyone I do this.
The other guy said.
There are people in our crowd.
All right, listen, what can you tell us about our future? It's an obvious, most important question.
Well, I can tell you this. In the year 2008, genetic researchers uncover a very strange, odd gene and some things that hadn't been discovered before in human DNA. Ultimately, what that leads to is an understanding of what what's the term you use? Extraterrestrials? For those non-humans from other places.
In 2000...
Not indigenous Earth people.
Now, are you suggesting this discovery in 2008 of a new gene is made is made because it was introduced by another intelligence?
Yeah. As you'll...
All right, what is the net effect of this new gene?
To limit evolution so that the human race doesn't pose a threat to the other sentient, what they call collectivist life forms.
Oh, my God, you're suggesting it's like a poison pill.
Oh, no, not at all. What you'll come to find, there are two species, isn't really the term that adequately works here. But throughout the universe, there are two basic forms of sentient life. On one hand, you have a group which all, for simplicity's purposes, we'll call the individuants, and the others are the collectivists. The individuants are humanoid type individuals, which that's what I am. And it's a biological drive, psychological, biochemical drive for humans to look out for number one, if you will, to turn a phrase, I believe it's still somewhat popular. Maybe it's not an anachronism yet by, what is it? What year have I hit again? 93, 90.
You mean where are you now?
Yeah.
Or what are you talking to now? Today would be July 29th in my time zone of 1998.
Okay. So maybe some of the phrases won't seem anachronistic to you, but they seem that way to me. But to get on with really what I wanted to relate to you and the audience is that ultimately humans will pose a threat to other sentient life in the universe. Our basic biological drive is to dominate and to very individualistic pursuits.
Well, we are a warlike people.
Yes. Now, on the other hand, the collectivists, their experience is, well, to use the word alien to human experience, in that in the course of their evolution, things such as nationalism, racism, religious differences, if you will, ways of dividing and separating people to set one another above the other in a position of dominance or control is something that's totally alien and terrifying to other species in the universe.
That makes sense. So in effect then, they if I understand correctly, they act genetically to limit our evolution so that we are more or less quarantined to our planet.
Exactly. because, as I said, in 2008, the gene is discovered, but really prompts them to come forward and to make their presence known is and the date you'll want to note, March 19th, 2012, is when mankind finally masters the beginning of the technology to help us, to help the human race, that is, to kind of bend time and space, because I think a lot of the...
that is, in essence, the beginning of time travel.
Yes.
And what year is that, 2012?
March 19th, 2012.
March 19th.
There'll be a seminal experiment. The results will astound the world, that it will, for the first time, make interplanetary travel will seem like a cab ride down to the Circle K. We're talking being able to speed across the universe in multiples of light speed. Now, of course, this implies a readjustment of some of the current or the physics that is accepted in your age.
Well, that readjustment is underway in our age now. Listen, I'm very limited on time here. Is there anything that you really want to tell the people of 1998, important to tell them?
There are no major wars. Regional conflicts will continue to be a problem. Surprisingly, which I will, not now, but in your time, I guess, the Chinese, I believe that China was the nation, I believe, will lead the movement towards kind of a unification, not just of world government. I think in your time, one of the greatest fears is one world government, as it implies some type of tyrannization, some type of inhuman authoritarianism.
All right. Well, listen, I'm going to have to leave the line at this point. Thank you for the very long-distance call, and call us again.
You bet.
All right. Take care. Now, that sounded very much like the other caller, didn't it, with regard to what we have to look forward to politically. Oh, I must say, we're getting a new twist tonight. This is the first time that I have ever actually received calls from the future. This is a new one. All right, once again, to my time traveler line. You're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Ed, and I'm from the year... Excuse me?
Your name is Ed?
Yes.
Okay, and the year?
I am here currently with you guys in 1998, but I'm from the year 2041.
2041.
Yes, to stop the one world order. I'm here on a mission from the government.
From the government. So you're actually a government employee?
Yes, of the year 2041.
Okay. What kind of government do we have in the year 2041?
We have a one world order, and we are here to make sure Bill Clinton is thrown out of office so he does not become the leader of the world.
Then we should discuss perhaps the nature of time. You're suggesting you can come back here and affect things.
Yes, our government's done that.
By having Bill Clinton tossed out of office.
We're trying to.
By whatever means, huh?
We're trying to prevent a world war.
Is your leader Ken Starr?
We have contact with him.
So Ken Starr is getting help from time travelers.
We came here to help him to prevent the world war that will end all mankind if we don't stop Bill Clinton now.
So what is the nature of time then? Is it malleable? In other words, it obviously can be changed, or you would not be sent back here to be changing it.
Hopefully it can. It hasn't been done yet. The other time travelers have never returned from other missions.
So it's almost a suicide mission.
Basically, hopefully I go home.
But you say others have not.
Nope, not that I ever heard of.
By what means did you get here?
Through a time capsule.
A capsule?
Basically a capsule, like a wall that has a control panel, and you step through, and you come out into a military base.
Ah, so you left from a military base, and you arrived.
Entered another military base.
Uh-huh. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. How long have you been here, and how long do you expect to remain?
I have been here since 1995.
95?
Yes, when we have discovered a few things in our history books that wasn't right. So
Yes.
we're trying to correct them.
Yes.
And hopefully it's going to work out. We've been very busy.
How long do you expect to remain?
Maybe 2 years, max, hopefully.
Okay. 2 more years.
2 more
So
years.
until the millennium. There's been an awful lot of talk about Earth changes and big events that are immediately ahead.
Yes, the West Coast, California, Mexico, Oregon, Washington, it will have a new coastline. A major quake.
A major quake.
Yes, caused by the volcanoes.
Uh-huh. When does that occur?
And probably 6 months from now.
Very soon.
Very soon.
How many people die?
Millions.
Millions.
Millions. Our government won't tell. We have seismologists and everything. We have all the readings from back to this time.
Of course. Does our government now have any hint of what's coming?
Yes, by all the activity. They know but they can't have a panic.
Well, I'd rather not create a panic myself, actually. So there can, of course, be no proof of what you're saying to us other than the eventuality of what you just said occurring.
Right.
All right. I sure appreciate your call, and please call again.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Oh, wait a minute here. Hold on, let's get this straightened out. Now, west of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, this is Jerry in Seattle.
Hi.
Hi, I'd like to bring to your attention a book which I consider to be a perfect blueprint for how we can get from where we are, which is a Class 0 society, to a Class 1 society.
Yes.
It bridges the gap perfectly. The title of the book is The Greatest Challenge, The Golden Future, by the man who used to be called Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh.
Oh, yes. Well, listening to those who claim to be time travelers, the future does not sound too rosy to me.
Well, I'm not a time traveler, so I can't comment on that.
Yeah, I
Okay?
understand. I understand.
But I would like to hit just a few of the high points that this book talks about, if I could.
Sure.
Okay. All of the ideas in this book must be taken as a whole in order for any one of the ideas to make any sense at all. Basically...
Well, if you can't give us the whole, then how can you make sense?
I can hit a few high points just to kind of, pique your interest.
All right.
All right.
Hit them.
The chapter called Nations Are Out of Date. The nations would become like states are now.
Yep.
We would create a one-world government out of highly educated, accomplished artists in their field. No politicians need apply. It would start from the universities, and it's perfectly mapped out how the universities would be the grassroots beginning of a highly educated, artistically accomplished world government based in the UN.
What would the nature of this government be? You
Well,
say one world, one
basically
control.
It would be kind of like the state governments are now. The real creative force on the planet would be a global science center made of all of the greatest scientists on the planet who are now prevented from talking to each other because of all of this.
Once again, here I am. Good morning. This is absolutely too cool. I went out during this last break and reoriented the camera once again, this time toward Las Vegas. And there are a few clouds once again in the sky. in Las Vegas. Now, what we've got is a night vision device attached to a camera. And this is really neat. It really is neat. It's basically clear where I am, but obviously over Las Vegas there linger some clouds and lightning, and occasionally you actually see the sky light up like crazy from the lightning. But you also see an occasional star, and you see some things moving across the field of vision as well. Now, you've got to understand that I'm looking at this in real time, and you're only getting a frame capture about every 30 seconds. I wish I could be sending you real-time video. But you can see a phone pole in the picture. You can see one support for my antenna. You can see the mountain between here and Las Vegas quite clearly outlined, and you can certainly see the clouds over Las Vegas. It's pretty neat. Hit star 69 on your phone and see if you can call back the guy in the year 2035. Now, would that be something or what? Dave in Pompano Beach, Florida. I hadn't thought about that. We are taking calls from time travelers tonight, and if you are one of those, we have set aside a specific number. This time it is the wild card line at area code 702-727-1295. Now, if I get a really good time traveler, a really chatty time traveler, I may in fact allow some questions, allow my time traveler to in effect be interviewed here on the air by some of you. So we'll see as the night progresses. In the meantime, I have a young lady on the line who's telling me about what she thinks the world is coming to, and rather quickly. Studies from the Rajneesh, is that correct?
Yes, Rajneesh.
And you think firmly we are headed toward a one-world government?
Well, you know, I think the Chinese have a saying that if you keep on going in the direction you're going to end up where you're going, or something like that. I think it's pretty clear which direction we're headed in right now. I understand that the idea of a one-world government is really scary. However, Rajneesh has a couple of ideas that I believe would make a real difference. Number one, moving from the mobocracy, which we now have, to a meritocracy, where people who want to run for government must complete certain educational criteria, as well as the people who want to vote. At the top, anyone who wants to run for president must hold 2 PhDs from, an accredited university. Anyone who wants to vote for president must have a master's degree. Now, as I said before, all of these ideas must be taken together in order for any to make sense. There would be much more money for poor people if we weren't constantly having wars with each other. And if the nations became more like states, what would be the point of a war? Another thing is this global science center the most part of it would be devoted to genetic engineering, the genetic engineering of every baby allowed onto the planet using supergenius sperm and specially selected eggs. There would be committees of scientists, and if a woman wanted to become pregnant, she would have to go before the committee and get permission. Now, we have Ralph Nader asking Bill Gates to give away his money.
That's right.
But we cannot ask the rich to redistribute their wealth until we ask the poor to quit making babies that they cannot take care of. Poor people, by and large, create their own poverty by making babies they cannot take care of. These two things are linked. It's going to be very hard for the rich people to think about redistributing their wealth to the poor, as long as the poor people are just breeding like so many cockroaches. Excuse me. There would be a new education to prepare people for power. It would be a world of agriculturally based communes. The nuclear family is dead and buried.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I understand that the idea of falling prey to a global Third Reich sounds really scary. I would just put it down to this. Which is the worst scenario? Armageddon, which is the way we're headed now, or worst case scenario, slavery to another global Third Reich. I think that with the fax machines and all the new kind of, communication technology we have now, I don't think that a global Third Reich would really take hold, and especially if we are very careful to keep politicians out of government. If we raise the criteria for people who can even apply for government to PhDs who are already highly accredited artists, it seems like to me would have a running chance at this.
Well, what you have described, listen, I sincerely appreciate your call, and what you have described is the, unfortunately, with the time travelers that we've had calling this morning, and two of them have thus far indicated they are actually calling from the future, which is a new wrinkle. What that young lady is describing is what they say they are living in, like a police state. Is that our future? Oh, boy. Wildcard line, actually time traveler line, you are on the air. Hello.
Greetings, Art Bell.
Yes, sir. You are a time traveler.
Yes, I am. This is a ex-Man in Black, but not quite yet ex-time traveler, Steve.
Oh, a lot of people.
Months ago, yes.
A lot of people have been waiting for a return call from you, Steve.
I've been very busy with a trilateralist, especially here lately.
So you, too, are suggesting that there is definitely a sort of one-world, police-controlled type future for us.
Unfortunately, there's a good news and some bad news in that respect.
Yes?
The good news is that ultimately, all's well that ends well. Unfortunately for everyone that wants to prevent it, it actually began with the Congress of Vienna in the year 1814 and 1815.
Well, that's a long time ago, Steve. What about the future? I mean, we can look into the past from our year of 98. What we need you for is to tell us what's coming.
Oh, well. In what respect would you be interested in? Anything at all? Anything. No question unanswered.
All right. All right. For starters, describe what our future is to be in the year you have come from.
Well, I go in a what I like to call a trans-connected loop, so I can get back, of course, to the timeline dimension I left originally. That's important. And through that, I can get as far only as I can travel only as far into the future as I will exist in my next lifetime, or the one after that. If I don't exist in this dimension in the next lifetime, I can't go in that far.
In other words, okay, I think I understand.
Yes.
You can only travel
in my lifetime.
In your lifetime or your next lifetime, if it should be in this dimension.
And so far, that takes us up to 2286.
2286. Well, that will do.
80.
That'll do. What can you tell us about 1998, specifically July forward?
From July of 1998 AD forward.
Yeah.
The most important thing is to realize the unusual media control of political issues. Apparently, all you seem to need is a media perspective, and everyone seems to say, well, this must be the way it is. But you must realize what will change most in the future, starting in 1999, for example, is that as more time goes on, it will be clear that the media is creating the false sense that Bill Clinton, for example, or the United States is in control of the world, when in fact they never have been. And it will ultimately be revealed that, in fact, the British Empire never even ended in the first place. And it still continues in this day. With London, of course, being the center where the Illuminati is actually located today.
The Illuminati.
Established in 1776.
And the Illuminati controls everything?
No. The Illuminati are like what you would think of as in-between, go-betweens, between the Pleiadians and the Freemasons. The Freemasons are located in London, actually. Their main headquarters are world headquarters. And then that would make the United States, from 1815 onward, like a province of Great Britain for all practical purposes. And everyone knows this that's elected president. And there will be documents released in the 21st century to even prove this. That's one of the things they've got classified above top secret now.
There is something that I wish to ask you about.
Anything at all, anything.
Fine. As you all know, our President Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas.
Unfortunately.
And many of the files that relate to that assassination have been sealed for 50 years.
Some 70.
Some 70. We would like to know what it is we don't know about that assassination that will be revealed when these files are opened.
Well, I can tell you everything, but I'll also tell you that there are some aspects that will never be revealed because the people sealing them did not understand the whole thing. But there's a dual aspect to the Kennedy assassination, and it's also tied in with the Robert Kennedy assassination in one respect, and that is that the CIA did not do it, and neither did any other government agency. It was done by a coalition of British intelligence and national security agents that were not part of the main group that had decided that if they had not killed Kennedy by the end of 1963 or by the beginning of 1964, they knew that he would be responsible for accidentally causing a nuclear war in his next term.
Really?
Yes. And the proof was Robert McNamara. He delivered the proof that unintentionally killed Kennedy. Because one day in 1963, Robert McNamara turned up in the Oval Office. He was literally burned and claimed, Robert McNamara did, walked in one day in 63 and claimed it. He had just got there from 1971. And there was then two McNamaras. And this 1971 McNamara claimed that it's a nuclear war, and he had been sent back by the, Pleiadians or somebody to try to stop it. And then this is when, of course, the Pleiadians, Illuminati in 1963 said, well, we believe you, we'll take this serious. And at first they thought, well, it's an alternate, it won't happen. But ultimately they realized that everything he said was true. And that's why Kennedy had to be killed. And it's very unfortunate. That's why they even arranged to have the killer to be elusive. In fact, it was not even Oswald. Oswald is, as a matter of fact, still alive and living in Australia today. The actual killer of Kennedy was Marilyn Monroe, who had
Marilyn Monroe.
Yes, she was the gunner on the grassy knoll, and her death was faked in 1962. And in order to train her to be an assassin,
you're beginning to push the limits of my credibility meter here.
Oh, you're using the truster thing?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. My personal truster meter.
Well,
inside my gut. I mean, come on. Marilyn Monroe's death was faked, and she killed Kennedy.
That's what the files will show when they're released. And,
in what? A rage over being...
Well, see, she would be, if you listen to what I say closest, she would had to have had her death faked in 1962 to be the assassin at the train. And, of course, his number was not up till 63. So when they asked for volunteers, she volunteered, but she was already an assassin. It had nothing to do with him personally.
Marilyn Monroe was an assassin?
Yes. And she worked with a mob in 1962-63. And it was only later she volunteered for that assignment. But she's also still alive.
Holy mackerel.
A little complicated.
A little complicated. What about our space program, Steve?
Oh, are you in for a huge surprise?
Oh, surprise me.
Well, you may have heard that the Freemasons, or you may not have heard that the ones in Britain chose all the lunar landing sites. Would you care to guess why they chose these sites? It's a little obvious, but not very much so.
No, I don't think I want to guess. Tell me.
They knew where the ruins were at on the moon, Egyptian ruins, and so they plotted the landings to be clear of all the lunar ruins. And when Neil Armstrong got done with his one small step for man thing,
yes,
you know where Aldrin was adjusting the camera and they hadn't had it online yet, the one they were adjusting?
Yes.
Armstrong went to a nearby knoll, like a hill, that was he had ordered to go to the nearest, highest hill in the area immediately after arranging the stars and the stripes. And he proceeded to this nearby hill, and he unzipped his a little package he had with him, and he pulled out the British Union Jack flag and erected it on the highest hill in the area at Tranquility Base. And it is, in fact, still there to this day.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
It's a very unusual fact, but all the astronauts were of Anglo-Saxon descent, except on the last trip, one of the astronauts, you'll recall, was a scientist by the name of Schmidt, of German descent. And they'd warned NASA if they put anyone up there who was not of Anglo-Saxon descent, they would stop the space program. They gave them a warning, but they didn't listen. And if anyone out there is wondering why they were UFOs that were sighted along with the Apollo missions, it was because that the Pleiadians were trying to protect the astronauts coming and going from the moon from other extraterrestrials, if you want, or extra-dimensionals that would have been hostile, including the ones that nuked an alternate Earth that McNamara was lucky enough to escape from.
Barely, apparently.
Unusual, but all provable within your lifetime.
All right. We are now having a great deal of discussion about the Y2K problem.
Yes, that's a very serious situation.
So it is real.
Oh, it's real, all right.
What happens January 1st, 2000?
Well, some people are that take it seriously will personally, they can personally get ready for it. But for those corporations that believe, it's hype. It's all. Remember that guy claimed it was all hype. Well, remember that guy from the future said it was all hype?
Yes.
He did say that he lived in a controlled society where they controlled everything they learned.
That's correct.
So if he was living after some kind of major situation with the Y2K thing, they might not want to admit that they were weak enough to have that happen to them. So see, it could have been serious, but he wouldn't have known it. Actually, what's going to happen is that a lot of computer systems will shut down. And what is most interesting is that the government has what I call Roswell technology, and they, in fact, are going to try to bring on a backup system that they're working on now, some kind of super computer at Area 51 out there. They're shaking their head no, but I'm telling anyway. And they're apparently going to try to affect the lines to where they can tap into the web and protect it and the information structure, for example. But
Steve, we are at the bottom of the hour. Do you want to hold on?
Absolutely. I have no reason not to.
All right, Steve. Stay right there. A time traveler named Steve. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. That's exactly what it is. Top of the morning to you, everybody. It's great to be here. My, what a night we're having, huh? I've got a time traveler on the line. At least that's what he says he is. His name is Steve. And we have had him call before, and I'm going to let a couple of you, I think, speak with Steve and ask questions. Let's try that. Steve, are you still there?
I am present.
All right, good. Let's take a couple of calls and see what people say. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Steve, the time traveler. Hello there. Going once, going twice, gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Steve. No, you're not. Now you are. Hello there. Hello? Maybe, I see what I'm doing. Hello there.
Hello?
Hi. You're on the air with Steve.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for him?
I wanted to ask about...
Yes?
Well...
Oh, you have your radio on, don't you?
Well, no, I have it down. It's just that I didn't understand what he was saying about his time travels.
What aspect? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the Area 51 thing.
That has, Area 51, I don't think he's even mentioned it.
I thought that he did it, like in the first part of his conversation he did.
Steve?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the supercomputer that's going to rescue everything, if everything goes very bad at Y2K. But, yeah, there was an original time strip out there, but it was illegally constructed. It was the RPM, Roswell Proton Module.
Mm-hmm.
But that was left there in 1947. It was not meant to be discovered to the 23rd century. And because it was a danger and it needed to be protected and kept until the time it was meant to be used, there's been a lot of Pleiadian activity at that base. And what better place to locate the Pleiadian technology needed to send somebody like me into the future to keep checking up on things being done today. Every little thing you do today makes the future a little different, and it causes variations. And when you have a plan, or in this case a new plan, and you want the future to turn out a certain way, then you have to keep changing little things. And then when you change things unintentionally, you want to go up and check and then come back and redo it if that turns out in a way that you don't want.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Steve the Time Traveler.
Hello?
Hello.
Art Bell.
Yes.
Hey, I listened to a guy you had on there about Area 51 some time ago.
Yes. I've got a guess now. Are you calling to ask him a question?
He claims he's from the future.
Yes, oh yes.
Oh, actually, I'm from the present, but I've traveled through past, present, and future, from Atlantis to the end of the Earth, actually.
And what part of the future are you from? What time?
I'm from an alternate version of 1986, and I've lived here in this timeline from what you would think of as January 1986.
Has NASA gone any further than what it has now?
You mean in the future?
Yeah.
Of course. But its program, the reason they're holding back is because there's a limit. There's a plan that they're going on. They have this plan to where everything is repeating itself on, I think the precise number is 1,962-year cycles times 3, and you get Atlantis. And they're trying to not have a space program that goes faster and accomplishes more in a given amount of time than was accomplished the first time in a given amount of time. So NASA is, unbeknownst to anyone at NASA, they're being controlled in such a way that where they go and the timing of it has to fall into that category. So in the future, NASA, of course, will eventually, in a coalition with the European Space Agency, actually land on the planet Mars once. And then later on, there'll be a European colonization of Mars, but that won't begin until after World War III.
How's that, caller?
That's fine.
All right. Thank you very much. Here's a piece of email for you, Steve.
Okay.
Art, I'm sorry, but Steve is hard to believe. Call me a skeptic, if you will. I consider myself not to be one, really, but nevertheless, I would like to hear a prediction within the near future that would prove to be true. So, give us something near term.
How near term?
Well, I don't know. I'm just repeating. You know.
Let's see.
You can pick it.
Okay, let me see. If I had called last week, I could have told you that Clinton would testify, but we're too close to that now.
We certainly are. He's already said that he would, so that wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what you could tell us.
Okay.
How it turns out.
It turns out that it doesn't really damage the presidency in any way whatsoever, and it does continue on.
Uh-huh. All right. Very good. Let's keep moving along here. On my international line, you're on the air with Steve. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Vlad calling from Vancouver, British Columbia.
Yes, sir.
And with Steve, you keep using words like maybe and supposedly what might happen in Y2K. And if you've seen the future, I would like to know if you could tell us more exactly what would happen, not what might or what could.
Well, that depends on what timeline you're in. And the timeline we want to happen. The Y2K problem is a serious thing, and it causes all the computers to shut down, of course, except for conveniently the ones controlled by British Telecom and stuff like that. But that's what we're working on. I even got a program myself, but if worse come to worse and everything went down, the first thing you'd see when it came back up on the screens all over the world would be the Union Jack, but they kind of rejected that. They thought it might be a dead giveaway to who was behind it. So.
What about in our timeline, North America, this timeline, this dimension, Y2K, January 1st, what will happen to, say, all the banks in America?
To the banks?
Or any bank in America.
Oh, most banks will be ready, but for the ones that aren't, there'll be a temporary shutdown. And the temporary shutdown could last as much as like about 6 hours or 3 days. That's not the problem. Your problem
it could last, but what do you know of anything that did happen?
That will happen at Y2K in this timeline.
Correct.
Credit cards. Get rid of them before the end of 1999. That's my advice to everybody on Y2K. I don't care what country you're in.
All right, caller?
Thank you very much.
All right, take care. And Steve, I think we're going to end it here, but it
Very well, thank you.
Been a productive session. Thank you,
Very much.
and back to the future.
Okay.
All right. So we'll leave the timeline open. The timeline is area code 702-727-1295. Well, all right, back now to our time traveler line, and yet another time traveler. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. Tell us when you are from.
I am from 1998, but I have been shown 2013.
You have been shown 2013. Have you traveled?
I have been taken there, but not in the physical sense.
Oh, well, we're only dealing, I'm sorry, I appreciate your call, but the qualification you may recall I said is physical time travelers.
Physical, not being taken by alien entities and shown an overview of what the future is at our current rate.
I admit, it's intriguing, so I'll take a second. All right, what were you shown? What is our future?
In 2013, anarchy.
Anarchy?
Anarchy. Survival of the fittest.
Really?
As a result of government plight to continue to industrialize.
In other words, we begin to ruin the place we live. It becomes like a Mad Max world.
Yes, as Earth is an oasis between galaxies.
So we're pretty rare stuff.
We're rare stuff that entities use as a place to refuel, resupply.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, they don't want us destroying the Earth.
Well, that would make sense. All right, thank you very much. What I'm looking for mostly are physical time travelers, of course. And by the way, as I told you earlier, I had the night cam for a while pointed toward Las Vegas, and I caught several lightning strikes. Sure enough, here's email from Las Vegas. Art, just wanted to let you know that here in Las Vegas, those thunderstorms are visible and very close. It would appear to be blowing from the northeast toward the southwest. It is a remarkable storm indeed. So there you are. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. How are you doing today?
I'm fine.
Great. You're a real tough man to get a hold of.
Where are you?
I am in Washington State.
Okay.
I'm a truck driver, so I don't exactly know where I'm at.
Okay.
I just started listening to your program, and beautiful program. I love it.
Well, it is a little different.
I believe that. No, I do have a question for Steve. He's still on the air.
No, Steve is now gone. What would you have asked him?
Well, kind of in relation to the K2Y problem we've got.
Y2K.
Y2K, I'm sorry, sir. It's early in the morning for me, too. But he said if I believe I heard him correct on the air, that if the problem arises, the supercomputer was going to fix it.
Yeah.
Well,
many call it the beast.
I don't believe there's such a beast.
Well, actually, it is called the beast.
Well, the problem I see with
somebody
that,
was probably being cute, you know.
Well, the problem I see with that is, along with, like you have mentioned in so many, the power grid going down.
Yes.
Well, this is going to happen in January, correct?
Well, they say it is.
Okay. Well, the problem I see with that is, how many houses in the United States use electric heat?
Good question.
So, if this happens at that time, how many people are going to be without heat?
A bunch.
Exactly. I would suggest to a lot of people, go to a propane system if they can.
All right. Indeed. Somebody sent me the cover of the new U.S. News and World Report. And it has a remarkable photograph on the front of it. And the question in the middle of the page is ours the only universe? ? And so apparently in the new U.S. News and World Report, they question seriously whether we might be all alone. Interesting, huh? On my time traveler line, you are on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Dave in Salt Lake City, Hale, 84111.
Yes, hi.
Hi. I'm a time traveler.
From when?
Oh, I'm so far into the future that we quit keeping track of time.
Really?
Yeah, I can tell you what happens in the year 2000, though.
What?
In the year 2000, Jesus Christ comes back to the earth. He reprograms the computers in a twinkling of the eye to repair the Y2K glitch. The dead are resurrected, and we all ascend into heaven to live with Jesus.
And so the earth then is more or less empty?
I guess you just visit it if you want.
If you want. But it's just nothing but a piece of dirt and all the souls ascend. And that will occur in the year 2000.
Yes.
All right, I appreciate the information. Thank you. But if you're right, then the others have to be wrong. Or is that true? Is it dependent, in other words, in some timelines, it may be the Lord returns, as that caller suggested, but in others... On my time traveler line, you're on the air.
Oh, excellent. This is Frank, and I don't really have any way of telling you where I'm from. The coordinate system to explain it doesn't exist yet. If you wanted to know a good analogy of what I am, I would be like a mountain man. I'm in the wilderness, just enjoying myself.
You mean you're there now?
Well, yes, I'm here in 1998.
And you really can't give us a reference for when you are from or where you are from?
Well, let me explain something to you. The universe is like an onion, many different layers. In fact, space-time is being created as we speak.
Right.
And size is an illusion. And there are worlds from all the way down to smaller than you can imagine, all the way to larger than you can imagine. And I am just here, back in the history of one little world, enjoying the time with the natives. And it's really fun. Now, I know you want to know about the future.
Well, I'm afraid so, of course. I mean, it's an obvious question.
Well, I don't want to burst your bubble too badly, but I know you've heard of the uncertainty principle, and let me tell you, it works for time as well. I could tell you something if I even knew what was going to happen.
That might not occur.
And it wouldn't occur, guaranteed.
You mean to say the very telling of it would prevent it?
Absolutely.
The paradox thing.
No, it's not a paradox. It's a fractal idea.
It's a fractal idea.
Yes. You see, things just aren't as they seem. everything is basically an illusion, but we all share certain parts of it, and we call it reality.
That's a very interesting concept, and one that I might just be able to buy into, as a matter of fact.
Well, that's the way it is. I'm glad you finally, I got through to you. I'm only talking to you because my host insisted that I call in.
Now, what do you mean by host?
The person who I'm staying with presently. As you can imagine, it is very hard to get along in this world because I have no history here. I have no social security number, no driver's license, nothing like that. So
it's like you're a non-person.
Well, more or less, yes. And it's going to take me some time to build a persona if that's what I choose to do.
Well, look, people who get across the border from Mexico can do it for about $300, so you can do it too.
Yeah, that's true, but they won't be gutted and put into little tiny bottles and classified if they're caught. I will be.
You will be?
Yes. Guaranteed. Someone will want to take everything I have and try to use what I know and what I have to their own advantage.
Boy, that's a sad prospect. I mean, to be cut into little pieces and put into preservative bottles. What a terrible... So how do you avoid that? You hide?
More or less, yes. I just enjoy the exciting little twists and turns of time, and I have to admit, I'm having a great time right now. It is very exciting. Your politics, your culture, it's really quite interesting. There's a lot of pain in this world, but...
Well, at least we have a president who claims to feel it. I'm going to have to run. We will be right back. Hello there. You're on the air on my time traveler line.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the program. You are a time traveler.
Yes, I am.
From when?
Well, first I need to explain that there are many different types of time travel. And I think there's a lot of misinformation on how this works.
Indeed.
For instance, I'm staying with friends, and I've heard the story of your Paris trip. And that is a beginning form of time travel.
Well, of course, yes.
Okay.
I have a new travel course. But that's not the kind of time travel that I'm...
No, but that is a beginning form of it.
Yes.
From the year 2028.
You are?
Yes.
And
I'm presently here. I've been here 9 years.
Can you give us some sense of, let's see, how to put it. Can you give us some sense of what our future is to be? I'll just come right out with it and ask, I guess.
For the year 2028?
No, well, yes and no. In other words, here we are in 1998, and most people would like to know what the rather immediate future holds.
Yes, I can understand because that's why I'm here.
Good.
There have been many of us who have volunteered, and we had to have certain credentials to volunteer for. This is considered a mission. It's a mission from the heart. In your terms, it would be from the heart, but it's an essence of the creation that we are coming in at this time to try to help mankind with their evolution because of the terrible things that you're going to be going through. The earth changes are happening as is picked up in the masses that are across this world and in every country.
That sounds pretty ominous. Can you describe what kind of changes you're talking about?
Well, there will be a complete reshaping of the planet. Actually, of this small solar system. I'm from another solar system, a galactic federation outside of the solar system.
So there are many others, is what you're saying. Life is common.
Life is common in the creation. it is not so common in this particular Milky Way as you know it.
So there's life, but you're saying there is not life close to us.
Yes, well, yes and no. What you measure by light years is true. That is man's understanding of measuring time. The soul is outside of time, and mind, as an advanced civilization uses it, is outside of soul. Soul being the essence of the created part of us.
Indeed.
So, therefore, when we come back to help, or someone projects to another civilization to help.
That is why you're here, to help.
Yes, there are many of us here, because...
Well, now, that's exactly why I did this program. Dr. Bruce Goldberg made a very strong case on My Last Dreamland that there are many, many time travelers here. Can you tell me roughly when time travel is discovered?
It has already been discovered. The problem is they don't know how to get people back because of the biological system that you have in the electromagnetic system. The molecules seem to fly apart, which causes a complete breakdown in the nervous system of the human being. So that is one of the problems in dealing with the scientific end of it. As far as taking people off the planet, like there are a lot of speculations that someone's going to come and save everyone on the planet.
That's right.
No, this isn't going to happen.
You're saying that's not going to happen?
No, this is not going to happen.
So whatever happens, we're going to have to stay here and ride it out.
Many will. Many will ride it out. But there is another element to this. When we get into dimensional transfer, it's like time travel. It's like space warp travel. So that you actually slide from one dimension into another. Many people are going to be having dreams of this.
Many people are having dreams of this now.
That is true.
Believe me, I hear from them.
And what will happen, there is also a misunderstanding about what the rapture is. But what will happen are those human beings who have very much compassion within them.
Yes.
And are of pure thinking,
yes.
Even though they make mistakes as human beings, will be able to shift directly into that dimension when some of these things start happening, not in the beginning. And this will save them on a temporary basis.
This is also very interesting because it is virtually what Dr. Goldberg said on Sunday. I mean, so this really is very, very interesting.
I don't know of him.
You don't know of Dr. Goldberg?
No, I do not.
Okay, well,
That doesn't mean anything particularly. Our names are very different. I use a different name here than my real name, what I consider my real name.
Can you tell us what your real name is?
Yes, my real name is Princess Zevia.
You're a princess.
Well, there are many that are princesses. It's kind of like the titles that you have for in your armed forces when you get up to rank. So it is genetic, and also you are trained in this way from birth.
Remarkable.
Many years.
Remarkable. Why do you think that with the time traveler line, I have heard from so many men compared to women? I mean, one would think that with present trends and women's rights and all the rest of it, that there would be as many, if not more, women than men.
Well, I have questioned some of the callers. I have been listening along with my friends tonight.
I, too, have questioned some of the callers, but you have to imagine that some are the real McCoy, which, of course, you claim to be.
That's true. But one reason is that, in general, for this civilization, at this present time, it seems that women have kind of taken a back seat, and the emotional part of the human being is not as developed as the physical and the mental is becoming. So it's not that women aren't respected, it is that their emotions are so fine-tuned that they cannot control a lot of decision making. It really is not quite what it seems.
Well, then, in a way, the future is not all that different than now, in that sense.
The future is very different.
Yes, but you have just said that women, with regard to large decision-making, still defer mainly to men.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about now, here.
I see. Oh, that certainly is true now, yes.
Yes. But in advanced civilizations, and the reason that we're here is to help with what is coming. And there will be a lot of women, or those who think of us as women, females who will be here to nurture, because that is the role of the female gender in all civilization and creation until you get up into the very close rank with God.
What is the most important message you could give to the people of 1998?
To have faith in themselves, to believe that there is a higher form, to try to make right that in their life which is wrong. Because there's going to be some terrible things that are going to be happening.
How soon?
Within the next 2 months. They started about 6 years ago. But this is in many, many areas, not just land masses.
Well, while you may question some of the other callers who claim to be time travelers, you know what? Most of them have said what you're saying with regard to the near-term changes.
Well, there was only one that was in question.
I see.
As far as near-term.
So there are many of you that are here now, specifically because we are so close.
Yes. And it's to help. It's to help the human being survive, because with death, during a lot of destruction that is going to be happening, a lot of quick death, it's to help the soul transfer into another dimension. Those who are so frightened, when many will be killed instantly.
Well, at least it'll be fast.
Yes, it will be fast.
Earthquakes, that kind of thing, or?
Right. So this is to help those souls. It's to help. It's like a recovery period.
I think I've got it. Listen, I really want to thank you for calling. I've got to move along, but I hope you will call again.
Thank you.
Right. Take care. Chillingly similar in nature, so many of these calls, huh? She didn't say which one she questioned, but there has been a remarkably similar message coming from many this morning. Now, you can conclude this is all baloney. These people are making it all up. Or you can imagine there may be something to it based on current events and what can rather easily be projected from today. All right, a couple of items very quickly. One, my studio cam. Boy, do I have a good shot right now. Particularly a good shot right now. I increased the gain a little bit, and we're looking at a particularly interesting part of the sky. And when you look out there and see the closer stars and the ones that are part of the Milky Way behind, and you imagine the millions and millions of stars with planets about them, then the things you're hearing this morning, well, they just might be possible, if not even probable. if there is life out there, if it is far in advance of ours, then could they have learned to traverse time and space? Absolutely. You should see the studio cam, pointed nearly straight up at the moment, as a matter of fact. I try to tell people where it is every time I move it. I'm going to leave it here for a while. It's pointed just about straight up, looking through the thinnest part of the desert night in the dry weather here. Listen, a quick announcement. My books are going to be available, autographed, through this weekend, and then that's going to be it. So I thought I would serve you up notice. The New Art of Talk, the updated, and when I say updated, I really mean updated, Art of Talk, and The Quickening. Those are my two books presently. And The Art of Talk is going to be out nationally in bookstores next month, coming up soon now. So I am about to end the autograph offer. If you would like an autographed copy of The Art of Talk, the story of my life, talk radio, the whole thing, really a brutally honest book, I'm about to give you the phone number. Now, you can also order, and when you order The Art of Talk and The Quickening, you get some sort of special deal. You'll have to ask them when you call. But I'm about to call a halt to it because I can only sign so many and still retain a life. The number is 1-800-864-7991. Now, you can call that number now or whenever you're able to get through. Call during the day. If you can't get through at night, call during the day. But I am hereby serving up notice that autographed copies will end, I think, at the end of this, maybe Sunday or maybe Monday, but no later than that. That's going to be the end of it all. So if you want an autographed copy, here's your big chance. 1-800-864-7991. You can order 24 hours a day, including right now, but if you get a busy signal, keep trying or try during the day. One last time, 1-800-864-7991. On my time traveler line, you're on the air.
Hi, my name is Krista.
Krista,
Yes.
Krista, you're going to have to yell at us. You're not too loud.
I'm sorry, I'm still getting used to this change. It's a little bit different from where I'm from.
Where and when are you from?
I'm trying to think of how to describe it in your terms. We don't really keep a time system anymore, as you refer to it, so it's a little bit difficult to describe it. Probably about 4,000 your time.
You're thinking you are from, for our reference, you're 4,000 years after after Christ?
Yes.
What could the world possibly be like that far into the future?
It is a lot better than it is right now. I mean, I volunteered to come down here, and I got here. Nothing can prepare you for this. It's hell down here.
Why? Why did you volunteer? Why would you volunteer to come to what must be, for you, such a barbaric time?
I thought I could help, but I get here and you see people doing such terrible things to one another, and I never fathomed it could be like this.
Listen, unfortunately, I'm right at a break. I want to hold you over, though. Can you hold on?
Yes.
All right, stay right there, and we'll be right back to you. We're talking about the future. Boy, are we ever. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. And finally, the female voices begin to appear. And here, once again, thank you for holding on. You're back on the air again. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right. Again, I'm going to have to ask that you get real close to your phone and yell at us, because you're not very loud.
I'm sorry. I'm still learning your communication systems. It's kind of different.
Our communication system is indeed different.
It takes a lot. Your whole way of living is very primitive. It's not organized at all, and that's very frustrating.
Why did you come back? You thought you could help in what way?
Well, throughout the entire growing up, we were taught of the tremendous disaster that takes place in what you call 2000, and the years, right immediately beforehand and right afterwards. And there had basically like your recruiting system to have people who wanted to volunteer to come and help you get through this.
And you're one of those.
Yes.
What do you think you can do? What can you do? Obviously, you're on the air here now with me now, talking to millions of Americans, some of whom will be doubting that you are for real, others who will believe you are for real.
Well, David, I quite frankly doubt that this is for real. Also, this is a terrible dream to wake up and find yourself here in this. And I say, send me back, and they say no, and it's just...
So, in a way, then, you're here against your will?
No, I came on my will. I came completely supporting it, but I've seen what's going on, and I see how rudely people treat each other, and how unorganized it is, and how uncontrolled it is, and that's very frightening to me.
Is it hopeless for us?
I don't think so, but you've got to get some control. You cannot just run around and say freedom of speech, freedom of rights, freedom of everything, and make it. If you all go with your own attitudes and your own we're free people attitudes, you will not make it.
Is the concept of nationalism something that has to...
There will be one order that is in charge of everybody.
You're saying the same thing. One world...
It is much better that way.
Much better.
Yes.
So...
There is none... Well, there is a little bit of disruptance and disturbance, but nothing like this.
So you're really agreeing with many, many others who have called tonight. We're headed toward a one world control, one world order.
You say that like it's so bad.
No, I'm trying not to. I was about to say you're suggesting it will be in essence benign.
Pretty much.
Pretty much benign.
Yeah. But it is so much better than what you have. I mean, I've heard people discussing the entire issue of your right to be free and your right to do what you want and your right to your own government.
Yes.
Well, you've been doing this for, 200 years now, and look where it's got you.
It's a point well taken. Are there many female travelers? Because we have heard from an overwhelming number of men until tonight.
There's more of the males were apt to go and sign for this and to volunteer themselves for this than the females were. I'm not sure why this is.
Well, even in our day and age now, more men volunteer for military service.
Yes, and I've been reading that, and I think it has to do, I don't mean any offense by this, but the male ego.
The male
They have
ego.
to go out and conquer everything. Even if it's a controlled conquer, they have to control.
Is it possible that somebody like yourself from the future can change something here, now, that will prevent the disaster coming in and right around the year 2000 you just talked about?
The disaster will come regardless.
Regardless.
But hopefully, your regular people here will stop and just take a minute to listen and realize that, this is how far they've come with an unorganized system. Give it a try with organized. If they do it organized, they'll make it.
Is there going to be another war?
Yes. But it will not be as in the World War I or II. It will not be of that nature, but there will be a war. And I advise you to stay away from nuclear.
Do you know the nature of the war?
I kind of didn't pay attention during that part.
Okay.
But all I know, from what I've heard, is that the higher authorities will be in conflict with one another it's pretty much over the one type of government, and all of the nations will be upset over who has the one control. Who gets to sit in the throne type of discussion.
That doesn't sound so much different than today. Somebody wants to know about what we call today free energy. We talk about it, but we don't really have it. Will there be, I would assume that by the year 4000, fossil fuels will long since be used up?
Oh yeah, there's a totally different system, and I'm not really sure how to describe it in your way. It's like seeing a great big ball of brightness, and you don't know how else to describe it but a great big ball of brightness, but someone wants to know the details of how bright or how big or how round.
What about automobiles? What about transportation?
We don't use them.
You don't use automobiles?
No.
How do you go from one place to another?
It's not really that far to get from one place to another, but I don't really want to talk about that. I would like to talk about people here today.
All right.
Because if we don't take care of the people here today, there will not be then, as I know it. And quite frankly, I love it how I know it, and I want it to remain that way.
Mm-hmm. And that's why you've come to speak to us now.
More or less, yes.
Well, listen, I heartily appreciate it, and I hope that you will once again call, will you?
If I have time, it's kind of a busy job too.
I'm sure it is.
People, you're not crazy.
In chronological years, physiological years, how old are you?
I think I'm early 20s.
In your early 20s?
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for calling, and if you get a chance, call us again.
Thank you.
Take care. You can never know enough questions to ask when you get somebody like that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
This is Phil. I'm listening on WGST 105.7. Atlanta, yes, very good. I was just actually going to take a second aside from all our future talk and, our oh-so-credible people from the future.
Sure.
I really don't believe. Actually, I want to start off by saying I just purchased The Quickening a number of days ago, and I'm about halfway through it.
Oh, you got my book. Good for you.
Yes, I did. And actually, I'm very pleasantly surprised. At first, I thought it was going to be a very opinionated book, but it actually turns out to be a very useful tool. It's full of very useful information. And
thank you. It is.
Not to make your own opinions, and I'm enjoying it very much.
No, I intentionally kept myself away from doing that and tried to be absolutely objective. Based on what I saw, I wrote what I thought would occur. And I'm sorry to say, but as you will note by now, already much of it is occurring.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Very noticeable. A lot of, there's a lot of really important facts which, I find pleasantly surprising that, it's easy I'm at a very young, impressionable age. I really don't know a lot about what's going on. I'm kind of a new listener, and it provides a lot of information which you can draw your own conclusions, and that was very surprising, but enjoyably surprising. It's very informative, and I thank you for it.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Well, thank you. I'm still halfway through it. The other half I'm looking forward to, though.
All right. Well,
my main intentions for calling were on the Y2K thing.
Yes.
I'm still kind of in the dark about it. I mean, I understand a lot of the basics of it, and I mean what's going to happen. But I was just wondering what some of the worst possible scenarios, what are some of the worst cases that could possibly happen. If it's so much of a scare, I'm not quite sure as to.
Well, I don't know if you really want to know. Worst case scenario: financial collapse, banks virtually close, power systems and grids fail and stay down for a protracted period of time. And it goes downhill from there. I mean, that's worst case. And maybe our discussions about it will prevent the worst of it. That's all I can say. What else is there to say?
Well, I've noticed from listening that you're talking about storing away food for a good year's supply of food and whatnot. And I was just wondering, because you're saying you're storing a year's supply, if the severity was, if you thought it would only last a certain amount of time, or if it was going to be this huge cataclysmic event that everyone's fearing it would be. That's why I was kind of in the dark as to what the worst possible scenario was going to be on it. So I just didn't know my facts straight, and I'm just trying to gather a little more information about it and whatnot. So And that was pretty much the basis of my call.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. And please call me when you have finished the book.
Oh, I will.
All
I
right.
definitely will. Thank you.
And one more time, I'll say this one more time. Both of my books, for a very short period here, The Art of Talk, which is being reissued, will be in bookstores nationwide in August, is available to be shipped to you immediately, a signed copy. I will autograph it for you. And you can actually get both. You can get The Art of Talk, which is just a wonderful new book with all kinds of new stuff in it, new photographs. My history, if you want to know about me, I'm pretty weird. And all the behind-the-scenes talk radio stuff. That's in The Art of Talk, brand new book. And, of course, The Quickening, which that caller mentioned. And if you buy both, I guess they give you, some kind of deal. But the autographed versions end, I think I'm going to end it after this weekend. And this is already, Thursday. So not much time. You should keep calling until you get through. The number is 1-800-864-7991. I'll give that one more time. 1-800-864-7991. On my international line, you're on the air.
Mr. Bell.
Mr. Caller.
How's it going? I'm calling from Oshawa, Ontario, Canada.
All right.
Actually, before we get started, could you spell Pahrump, please? My mom wants to write you.
Yes. It is P-A-H-R-U-M-P.
You are too kind. Sir, wanted to say, like I said, you were giving some poor guy from B.C. the grief about us evil Canadians with our nuclear weapons.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the rumor has it, it was before you went to France.
Yes.
About a week or two beforehand.
Yeah.
Well, the official rumor, it's unofficial, I'm part of the CF, but the official rumor is that we got him.
Wait a minute. What is the CF?
Canadian Forces.
Okay. Oh, I see. You're in the military.
Yeah.
Oh.
But the long-standing rumor is, we made a couple in the 60s. No one knows where we put them.
So you've lost.
So you guys are safe, right?
So you've lost them.
Well, they're somewhere around Chalk River.
Probably in Manhattan somewhere.
Oh, no, we wouldn't do that.
With a couple of Canadian trigger guys.
No, you guys are our pals. We train with you constantly.
Yes, I know.
And, no, we have a great time, and you guys have a great time. And you got to remember, half of the NORSAC guys, North American Aerospace Defense Command.
Yes.
At half the time, there's a Canadian commander involved. So, you guys got to be nice to us. But no, what I wanted to ask you was, you've seen the triangular craft?
Oh, yes.
Okay. There's a thing, I've seen it in that last issue of Popular Mechanics.
Yes.
Okay, they were calling it Tacit Blue, but that looks like a model. It doesn't look like a real photograph, because I was on a base last summer, and I was watching the meteor showers, the August months.
Yes.
Which are always, it's a great show, especially if you're up in northern Ontario. No lights. It's a good thing to watch when you're not busy working. And I saw a few things going at right angles and, not doing the meteor type thing.
Oh, listen. What I saw was so unambiguous, so close, so obviously one of two things. What I saw was either an extraterrestrial craft, or it was one of ours. And if it was one of ours, it defied gravity. Now, Mark McCandlish, I've got to get hold of him, was supposed to be doing a drawing based on a lot of details that I gave him about this. Mark, if you're out there, I need my drawing. Then there is one other very interesting thing going on. I have been approached by the Today Show, NBC's Today Show, and they want to do a profile on me. And as part of that profile, they actually want to go to where my wife and I saw this incredible craft. So you might be kind of looking for that in the near future. They're going to actually be out here, I think, next week. But there you have it. They're going to actually come up here, and they're going to film the location where we saw what we saw, and we will describe it in some detail to you, and I guess all of that will be on the Today Show sooner or later, probably sooner. And here we go to my time traveler line. You are on the air. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
I am a time traveler.
Here from when, I think, would be the appropriate question.
I'm not from a particular year.
Well,
in other words, there's not the sense of time that you have here now?
Okay, but we can only deal with our sense of time now, so...
Oh, yes, and I live in this time frame now. Before we go, can I just say one thing? Do you remember when you had a gentleman on your program? He had everyone to direct their thoughts towards Florida to put out the fires?
That's right.
We enjoyed that. We took part in that. Many of us did.
Well, it sure did rain.
Didn't it, though?
Yes.
It rained every day for many days.
Yes.
We really enjoyed that. We're here to help. This is true. We're here to help.
We're here to help.
And don't be too surprised because many of us are female.
Well...
We fit in better in this society. We're not here to, we're not here in positions of authority. We're here to ease things.
Many who claim to be time travelers tonight have said that we are firmly headed toward a one-world control, a centralization of control. Is that true?
Mr. Bell, it is, but not everyone will partake in it, and there will never be a time when everyone is under one control. There will always be rebellion, and that's good.
Well, I kind of feel the same way, too, but a lot of people seem to indicate that while there is rebellion, and great amounts of it, there will not be peace. There will be war, there will be killing, there will be death, there will be all kinds of things.
There will, and that will be what people will be rebelling against, to go back to a peaceful society.
Well...
And we are here because it is headed in that direction. There are going to be things that occur. We need to have things that we need to teach people.
And that's why you're here.
Yes. And by the way, you have a very difficult telephone system in your time?
Yes, I do.
It is, because I operate at a higher degree of electromagnetic pulse. Ordinarily, I can get through to something like this with no problem. You apparently have some type of electrolytic equipment on your line that perhaps to prevent power surges. I couldn't get through and disrupt anything.
All right. Well, actually, that's very comforting to know. I wish we had more time. Well, you've heard it. If only one of them was the real McCoy. Anyway, this is Coast to Coast AM. All right, here we go to the international line this time. You're on the air. Hi.
Mr. Bell.
Mr. Caller.
How's it going?
It's going.
All right. Actually, I wanted to get your box number. I got Perm from you.
Oh, you called earlier?
Yeah, but...
You're only allowed to call one time.
I'm sorry. I wanted your zip code or some such.
Well, 89041. Okay?
Excellent.
See ya.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. 89041. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, Art. Sacramento, the third.
Yes, sir?
The state capital. There's going to be a group there. There's going to be some women that's there who has actually had bones in their bones, their skeleton structure, little holes developed through their bones from pollutant.
What are you talking about?
and this MTBE they put in the gas. It's poisoned over 18.
Yes, I've heard a great deal about it. And you're saying now there are going to be protests there in Sacramento.
Yes.
Women who have holes in their bones.
From MTBE.
How do they prove it?
And there's a blood test for it, too.
Uh-huh.
And did you know that they are going to other states telling them we can help clear up your environmental problem by what California is doing to the gasoline?
Mm-hmm. I was in L.A. not very long ago at all, and it looked just as smoggy to me as ever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this stuff here is, they're claiming, they're trying to blame boats and jet skis and stuff.
Yeah.
But in water sources where there never has been any jet skis or boats, that stuff is showing up.
Well, yeah, what I've heard is that lawnmowers, for example, and engines of that magnitude tend to, have no pollution controls whatsoever on them, so they issue more pollution, obviously. But I know there's a big fight there going on about that. I didn't know anything about holes in the bones. Oh, on my time traveler line, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I hate to bother you, but I really am a time traveler. I lost my charge. I lost the person that I'm in charge of, who called your station, and I need him to come. Every time traveler has to have a person coming with him, obviously.
A control.
Well, no, it's just that the corporation won't let just someone go, just leave the time and go into a previous.
Kind of like the buddy system when you go swimming.
Well, it's not really the buddy system when you go swimming. I'm with a corporation who has developed time travel, and time travel right now is still not really a real popular thing. In about 120, 150 years, what we're going to find time travel is going to be for vacations. People want to go back and see the eras of their history buffs, or if they want to see dinosaurs or elephants. We don't have elephants anymore.
So what you're asking is you have lost your companion.
Right.
And I guess you can't exactly put a lost time traveler on a milk carton.
You got it. I
really don't know how I can help you, though, because...
Well, the way that you can help me is this. Let me explain something to you. In our time, first of all, we have... Everything is perfectly engineered with regard to genetics. We have occasionally some slip-ups where we have some illnesses that we are obligated to fix.
Yeah.
So we go back into time where these illnesses were prevalent, and we're able to talk to the genetic engineers that are, obviously they don't know that we're time travelers unless the person does what he did on your show. I mean, we can't make predictions. I mean, if I were to tell you what the stock market could do or what was going to do in the next 3 months, people could be jumping out of windows. Now, I'm not going to be. We can't discuss future things. Even
what you just said.
This is just between you and I. I'm not on the air, am I?
Of course you're on the air. When I answer the line and I say on the time traveler line, you're on the air, that means exactly what it says.
Let me explain something to you, sir. In our 2257, we don't have any illnesses. A person that's coming back into this era now, into where are we? 1989, 1998, whatever we are. I mean, I've been back about 17 times. This one person has been back about 4 times. We're trying to get some. He's got some problems genetic problems that have to be cleared up, and there's some types of medications that we don't have any longer. In our time.
Well, we have some medications here that might work for you.
Not for me.
Oh, I see. Well, anyway, look, we've got to get to the point here.
Well, I was just trying to try to link up with this person because I lost him.
Well, so where do you want this person to meet?
The person should check back. He knows where he has to be. His GTX number is 1. 1053, and just tell me he has to be back with his charge. I mean, these people that are calling you,
yes,
they can't be. The time travel is so unique. The first time traveler was you may know the name, a real time traveler where we didn't have to use all kinds of fancy things, computerized things to get us back and forth, was a person by the name of, you might, Bill Lear. Does that name mean anything to you?
Bill Lear?
Uh-huh.
Of course, I know John, his son.
Well, Bill was well ahead of his time. He developed the autopilot.
The Lear jet?
The Lear jet, correct.
The 8-track tape.
Well, I don't know what else, but he was able to do this without any help with any kind of electronic.
We're going to have to ask John about that.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
All right, look, I've got to go, and we're out of time.
All right, well.
So I hope you connect with your friend.
Well, I hope he connects with me.
There you are. All right. Boy. This must have been a good night to open the time travel line. That's all I can say. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Going once, twice, gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. When you were talking to Mr. Goldberg, I think it was on Dreamland.
Yes.
Hold on, let me turn this radio down.
Oh, yes. Turn it off, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
that's Dr. Goldberg.
Dr. Goldberg. I was in and out of the room a lot, and did he mention anything about the Men in Black?
Absolutely.
Okay, now, and I just caught it really quick. My question is this. My first memory when I was a little kid was looking up from my crib, and I'm not talking about Men in Black and Cadillacs or anything, but looking up from my crib and seeing this person there, all dressed in black with a kind of almost like the Victorian type dress on.
Right.
And I was just wondering, did he mention anything about that? And if any time travelers are out there and are going to call in, I'd like them to address that issue too.
All right. He mentioned people dressed in white garb. Repeatedly mentioned people dressed in white garb. White flowing garb is what I recall. On my
do the wild thing at 702-727-1295.
Sorry. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi. No, time traveler line.
Yeah, Art. My name's Chris. I'm from Wichita, Kansas.
Yes.
We actually made a time machine.
You did?
Yeah, we got it out of we got plans. We thought we were going to get a real one, but we got plans out of the back of a magazine.
And,
well, it took a while to get it, and this is like the first time we've actually made it back. I mean, this is like the first test.
Where did you, or when did you go?
Well, we've came back from where we were at.
Where were you?
2 months, like, it was, September 30th.
Okay.
And we've come back for the first time. And it's strange. It's cool.
You say you were 2 months in the future?
Yeah.
Well, then you are an ideal person to talk to. 2 months is great. Can you give us any really near-term things that are going to happen?
You know how Clinton is getting ready to testify and all that?
Yes.
With the dress and all that, he ends up leaving office.
He ends up leaving office?
Because the genetic test on the dress matches what he is, and so he basically admits to lying to the American public, and he leaves.
In disgrace?
Yes.
Whew. That's a pretty good near-term prediction, all right, and that will occur within the next 60 days.
Yes.
Well, we'll sure find out. Is there any way that you can wiggle out of this? And I mean, if it doesn't occur, can you come back and say, well, something in time changed, or is it an absolute that it will occur?
I'm sure everything can change. I don't know. I mean, as far as the genetic, I don't think there's any way to change that.
Well, there have been rumors, of physical evidence. We've heard about that, But there obviously has been no climax to the story yet. All right. Well, thank you very much for your call. And there is something we can all take to the bank or not within the next 60 days. On the first time call, whoops, you would have been, missed you, sorry about that. On my East of the Rockies line, you're on the air.
Art!
Yes!
Hey, this is Tony from Indiana.
Hello.
Let's see. I listen to 550 WCKY.
Yes, sir.
930 WHON in Richmond, Indiana.
Uh-huh.
1100 WTAM. 1210 what is that?
WPHT in Philadelphia.
I deliver donuts, so I get a lot of fading in and out.
So in other words, you jump around.
I jump around a lot.
Well,
let's see, I love open lines. Y2K scares the crap out of me.
Yeah, me too.
I was going to, if I won the Powerball, I told a friend of mine I was going to put it all in gold and put it under my house.
Really?
Yeah.
You'd have a lot of visitors.
Yeah, I know. Let's see. I don't know. I really didn't have much to call about.
Have they announced the winner of the Powerball?
Not that I know of
$250
yet.
billion thing or whatever.
I just know it's not me.
No.
Let's see. Time Traveler line, that's pretty cool. I liked the Y2K line last night. That was great. But, I was thinking, how a near-death experiences?
Yeah.
They tell you to see the light, go towards the light.
That's right.
Have you ever traveled at night and had your headlights on?
Yes.
I was kind of wondering, those bugs, they come towards the light. What happens to them when they hit the light, they hit your car? I don't think I'm going towards the light.
They meet their mommy and daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's all I wanted to call about.
Right. Take care. In other words, the bugs see the light. They go toward the light. And they meet their relatives. And they have many of them because bugs are particularly prolific. A long time ago, I've said this on the air many times, I was interviewing John Lear, and he was quoting somebody else, and he said, "Do not go to the light. Go to the darkness. The light is a trick." And that has bugged me ever since. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm calling from Seattle.
Well, you're going to have to get into that phone and mean business, because you're not too loud.
I'm calling in from Seattle.
Well, you're still not too loud. Yell at me.
Oh, okay, I'll yell at you.
Say, I'm calling from Seattle.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm calling. Have you ever heard of the Orion?
Well, of course.
The Orion is a race of people.
Oh, I see.
Well, I guess you would call it a race of people.
Okay.
And basically, Earth is a protectorate of Orion.
We protect Orion?
No, we protect you.
Me?
Yes.
Personally?
No, Earth.
Earth, in general. Orion, so you're saying Orion protects us?
Right.
Well, then why are we in such a sad state of affairs?
Because there's a difference between protecting you from yourselves and protecting you from what's out there.
Yeah. In
other words, a parent will try and protect you from yourself.
It is true. We have seen in STS-80 in the video what would appear to be a virtual war above our atmosphere at times.
Right.
Craft shooting at craft, all kinds of weird things going on. Is that the kind of thing you're doing?
Yes. Because, there are extraterrestrials, there are other entities. I don't necessarily say they're all extraterrestrials.
Right.
There are other entities, and, of course, you've got what you consider good and bad.
Yes.
I don't, myself, and Orion doesn't look necessarily at good or bad as in what is in best interest and what is in worst interest.
Right.
And the bottom line is, yes, there's constant battle. Somebody traveled with me. We do everything in a collective state. There's a collective. And we all kind of, I guess, it's hard to describe words, interlock. like in meditation, like in remote viewing.
Yes.
There's an interlock of a group of entities that do this, and we do protect. We do protect from what would hurt you, what would interfere in your natural development. We can't control what you do. We're not going to, but we also believe that no one else should either. You have a right to some independence, and you will come to a point where you will realize that the collective has what you've been talking about tonight, one nation, one government.
So these people who claim to be coming through time and have told us time and time again, excuse the pun, that this one world collective thing is right around the corner are correct.
Yes.
Well, it's about the zillionth time I've heard it tonight, so thank you very much. Boy, aren't you glad you're mortal and you're only going to be around for a little while, so you don't have to be around when the world gets like that? Well, all right. That's it. We will continue to take time calls, time traveler calls tonight at area code 702-727-1295. Dear Art, I had to fax when I heard other time travelers calling in from any time past the year 2500 AD. Please let me explain. Time travel was invented in 2034. Offshoots of certain successful fusion reactor research allowed scientists at CERN to produce the world's first contained singularity engine. The basic design involves rotating singularities inside a magnetic field. By altering the speed and direction of rotation, you can travel both forward and backward in time. Time itself can be understood in terms of connected lines. When you go back in time, you travel on your original timeline. When you turn the singularity engine off, a new timeline is created due to the fact that you and your time machine are now there. In other words, a new universe is created. To get back to your original line, you must travel a split second farther back and immediately throw the engine into forward without turning it off. Some interesting outcomes of this are: 1. You meet yourself. I have done it often, even taken a younger version of myself along for a few rides before returning myself to the new timeline and going back to mine. 2. You can alter history in the new universe that you have just created. Most of the time, the changes are subtle. Sometimes I'll notice car models that don't exist or books that come out late. The oldest one was a skyscraper that wasn't built in a near-favorite store of mine in New York. Interestingly, when you travel in time, you must compensate for the orbit of the Earth. Since the time machine doesn't move, you have to adjust the engine so you remain on the planet when you turn it off. Unfortunately, it was also discovered that anyone going forward in time from my 2036 hit a brick wall in the year 2564. Everyone who has ever been there has reported that nothing exists. When the machine is turned off, you find yourself surrounded by blackness and silence. Now, most time travelers are trying to find out where the line went bad by going into the past, creating a new universe, and proceeding forward to see if the same thing results in 2564. It appears the line went bad around the year 2000. I'm here now, in this time, to test a few theories of mine before going forward. Now, for the future, you might want to know about. 1. Y2K is a disaster. Many people die on the highways when they freeze to death trying to get to warmer weather. 2. The government tries to keep power by instituting martial law, but all of it collapses when their efforts to bring the power back up fail. 3. A power facility in Denver is able to restart itself, but is mobbed by hundreds of thousands of people and destroyed. This convinces most that maybe we shouldn't bring the old system back up. 4. A few years later, communal government system is developed after the Constitution takes a few twists. China retakes Taiwan. Israel wins the largest battle for their life, and Russia is covered in nuclear snow from their collapsed reactors. Art, the reason I'm here now is because I believe a nuclear weapon set off by Iraq in the Middle East war with Israel might have something to do with the damaged timeline. I will test that theory and get back to you. Please pray that we discover the reason why there is no apparent future after 2564. So I couldn't resist. I thought that was quite a good fax. There you have it. Time Traveler Line, you're on the air.
How you doing?
Call us toll-free at 1-800-618-8255.
You made me bleep that out. Bob, we don't allow last names on the air.
Sorry about that.
So let's try all over again. Your name is Bob.
Bob.
And where are you?
Calling from the year 2018. Actually, I just got off from talking to you in November of '97, just now. So it's kind of weird to talk to you again like a year later. But anyway, I was just calling because I think Art Bell is just the coolest thing around. I'm such a fan of old radio.
Yes, old radio. I guess that's what we would be to you, huh?
Oh, yeah. And classic stuff, too. I mean, in fact, I just read a book the other day.
Maybe you could give us an idea of what radio is like, if you even have it.
Yeah. I mean, it's different. It's basically mainly satellite. It's not really the same band, although, there's a big shortwave underground movement that, a lot of people have like old, shortwave transceiver.
Yes.
Anyway, but so shortwave's like a really cool thing right now. But mainly radio is all digital, it's satellite, and then also, home entertainment sort of thing.
All right. Well, listen, thank you. That makes sense to me. In the future, radio is definitely going to be delivered by satellite. There is no question about it. What will occur to terrestrial broadcasting, I don't know. But direct broadcast radio cannot.
First-time callers, area 702-727-1222.
You're just noisy. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
I was just really curious about this whole time traveling thing. I just have been listening to your show.
Yes.
For like the last 3 nights, and I find most of the stuff really interesting, but I have to tell you, this is really kind of like too unbelievable for me. I don't know what to make of it. I want to really believe it.
Well, there's a lot of ways of looking at it. We could be dealing with mental cases, but an awful lot of them don't sound like mental cases. Moreover, they're saying much the same thing. And so you've got to wonder about that a little bit.
I guess it's true. I mean, I've always been fascinated by the idea, but never really took it seriously.
Well, the question has always been, if there is time travel, then where are all the time travelers? And the answer might be, they're here.
Now, it's true. Now, can you answer something for me? This is really very stupid, but very simple, actually.
I can try.
I can understand traveling back in time, but I just don't get traveling into the future if it has not happened. I mean, we're making the future as we go now.
Well, apparently, okay, I'll try and answer that for you as best I can. The future may not be a fixed thing. We don't fully understand the nature of time, do we? We really don't. We don't know if it's linear and fixed, or whether it's nonlinear and malleable and changeable. We don't know. At least I don't know. And so that's about the best I can do is in the end, I guess, to tell you I'm sorry, I don't know. I have theories about it. It could be either one. On my time traveler line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art Bell.
Yes.
This is USA 37 million. How are you?
All right.
Okay. Incidentally, we don't use names anymore after the Y2K problem that you guys had back in 2BO. We went to a whole new system. Everyone is known by your country, U.S., of course, being mine, and your number that was issued to you after the Y2K computer shut down.
So that's when we get our number.
Uh-huh. And that happened started happening because you guys, now I'm with you right now in 2BO, or excuse me, you guys call it 1998 because you don't know that it's BO, which stands for before O.
Before
O.
O.
Mm-hmm. Which was the coming of another son of God, in fact. There were 2,000 years between Adam and Abraham, 2,000 years between Abraham and Christ, and 2,000 years between Christ and O.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. O came here in December of 2000, and he shocked the doctors because the very first day he was crawling. 2 days later he was walking, and within a week he was talking.
Wow.
At 6 months he started to do all the miracles and perform miracles, and he set a new instructional booklet, which is similar to your Bible. BIBLE stands for Basic Instructions Before Leaving Earth. And you have to adhere to all of those things that are taught there in order to go on to the next phase of life.
Bible stands for Basic Instructions Before Leaving Earth.
Yes.
Wow.
That's what we later ended up learning. That's where that came from. So you have your number, and after you learn to follow and adhere to all the instructions, then you can go on to the next phase of life, which is in another Milky Way, another galaxy. Others will stay here until they learn that.
Can you tell us or give us any sense of how many are able to leave and how many are left behind percentage-wise?
Very small percentages leave at first. It's about it's done in groups of about 144,000.
Boy, you sure do have down some specifics.
Mm-hmm. And I came back. In fact, I came back 4 days from now, and I heard that you were doing this show tonight. So I just came back here tonight. 4 days. I was actually on Monday, and I just came back here for this because you were doing this Thursday morning thing here.
You would have known, of course.
Yes. In fact, I can even give you something that you can find out before your next program.
All right.
Excuse me, well, not your next program, because your next program is Thursday night, Friday morning.
Right.
The Seahawks will beat the Cowboys on the opening preseason game Friday.
Really?
Uh-huh. And that'll be a big surprise to everyone.
Well, I don't know. The Cowboys were kind of faltering, so I don't know if it would be that big of a surprise.
Well, there are 4 winners in the Powerball, and one of them is going to give nearly 90% of his portion of it to charity.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that is very specific.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Well, just look for those things, and next time you do this, I may come back.
I certainly hope so.
Okay.
We will know you by...
USA 37 million.
I was going to say your number.
Okay.
Take care. We will know you by your number. Basic Instructions Before Leaving Earth. Bible. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How are you? I'm calling from KHVH Country.
In Honolulu.
That's correct.
Yes.
I wanted to know, you're talking about all this time travel. Have you ever had the people that did the Quantum Leap program and had them on your show?
No, I never have.
And talked to them about the different episodes and how they did this research on where they were going to travel.
No, never have.
I thought that would be kind of interesting.
I'm sure it would be.
Because I really enjoyed that show and I miss it, and I wish they'd bring it back.
Well, I would be happy to have one of the people who created or wrote for it on the air if they want to contact me.
Okay, and another thing is, you ever thought about giving away your book for random phone calls?
Giving away my book for random phone calls.
You know, you're the lucky caller. You know, all of a sudden somebody's calling you.
Oh, just giving away my book, huh?
Right.
No, but I guess I could.
Because I think that would be fun.
All right.
Because you never know, an unsuspecting caller could all of a sudden be the lucky one for the night.
We could maybe have, like Groucho, the magic word.
Right,
you know,
the secret word of the day.
All right.
That would be fun.
All right, thanks. Right now, though, if you want my books, they are available in autographed form, probably through the weekend, and I think I will end it Monday. That's where I'm going to end it. You have no idea how much work I have ahead of me. We can ship right away The Art of Talk or The Quickening, and the number is 1-800-864-7991. That's 1-800-864-7991. Now, people are going to be screaming bloody murder when they realize it has ended, and they're going to be angry. So I'm giving you fair warning. I believe I will end it Monday. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Mr. Bell.
Actually, time travel line. Yes.
Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Turn your radio off, please.
No, it's off.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get my thoughts together here, trying to explain this time travel.
All right.
Time travel isn't so much machines, it's more thought. I've gone forward.
I can still hear your radio.
No, it's off. It's off. I've gone forward in time. But unfortunately what happens is that when you go forward in time, you age. I've been there. And I've aged to 73. Someone's after me.
And he hung up. That was it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Okay.
This is Michael in Evansville, Indiana.
Yes, sir.
Say, I got kind of a UFO story for you. Gonna bring it back down to earth a little bit here. Well, first of all, I wanted to ask you, you said that last week that your name was disappearing from the rogue market list?
Actually, every time I would promote my stock, my name would disappear and everything would go to zero. And there's something with their software that cannot take that kind of traffic.
Oh, well, I was going to ask if you were experiencing any missing time, but that's just a joke. My UFO story is like this. About 8 or 9 years ago, in my hometown, which is in central Nebraska,
Yes.
we host the county fair in our town. And have you ever seen at night when they have searchlights aimed up at the sky going around in circles?
Oh, sure.
Well, this night they had a real interesting. They had 4 searchlights that were going around in circles in a certain pattern. And it was overcast that night, and so of course the searchlights were reflecting off the clouds.
Right.
The pattern looked. They had the searchlights. They were aimed in the center so that it was a single light. And then they would sweep real quick into a sort of cloverleaf pattern.
Right.
And when I first saw it, I came out of my house about 11:30 at night, and I saw it, and it just made my blood run cold because it looked like, orbs of light up in the sky above the clouds.
Right.
Looked like 4 separate lights that were, starting in the center and then making this pattern.
But in fact, it was just searchlights.
Yeah, it was just the searchlights. However, I had a friend who worked at the local TV station. And after all the news people go home, they only need just a couple of guys to work the control room.
Sure.
So they were in charge of answering the phones, and they took about 20 phone calls that night from people who were panicking. Like Orson Welles doing
Sure.
his War of the Worlds thing, and he said people were calling up in a state of panic.
Bad Orson Welles. I would never do anything like that.
Well, I don't know. Your time travel line kind of freaking me out tonight.
Me too.
Yeah. Thanks
Me
a
too.
lot.
All right, listen. You've got the honors, so you get to say good night.
Hey, that's great. From the crossroads of America, good night, world.
That's it. That's how to do it. And we will be back tomorrow night. I don't know what we're going to do. Something else crazy. Then I do have a guest Friday night, Saturday morning, and boy, what a guest. So the adventure continues. I'm Art Bell from the high desert, where the stars, obviously, you can look at my cam, are bright and clear. Good night. At the time of this writing, I am in grave danger. Do you think you're going to be killed?
It's a good chance. I got rid of my homing device, but they're still able. They catch up with me from time to time. And not only do I have to worry about my Trav T group, that's the group I came back with, I have to also worry about the alien MIM.
You're talking about, you said Trav T group?
Yes, our travel time group.
You claim to be coming from the year 2063, correct?
Correct. 2063, I'm a paleo ag tech. I'm not a weather tech, I'm a paleo ag tech, and we're trying, in the future, they're trying to change the weather.
What is a paleo ag tech?
It's kind of boring. I find it fascinating, but a brief description is, I was sent back to find the earlier cousins of corn, wheat, tomatoes, things that can survive in a hotter temperature so we can have them back. We'll use them to splice and make hybrids into the future.
I've got you.
Because we need to raise the temperature of the Earth in the future to keep the men away. They can't survive in hot temperatures. They need it very cold and dark.
So, you're not any part of the MIM. You're from our own future. You're a human from our own future.
Correct.
And the MIM want to cool the planet, as in ice ages that we have had before, to virtually take the planet. The MIM, otherwise known as the Greys, that's what you're saying,
That's
right?
what you call them here, yes. The reason is, it's our parsecs of space is in a third dimension. You have to look at it like maybe a tabletop as a whole universe, and our part of it is in a bowl. We're very unique in our universe, we found out. The rest of the universe, they exist in somewhat of a fourth dimension. The Big Bang happened all at once. Their history has happened all at once, and the universe all collapsed at once. And they're trying to get into the third dimension here, and that's why they have problems staying here. But you've seen them all through history. To them, it's not all through history. It happens simultaneously many times. They've been trying to change it.
All right.
It's kind of a strange concept to grasp. I've tried to explain this to other people, and this is my biggest stumbling block.
Okay, I'm going to try. Now, when did human beings discover time travel?
In the year 2051.
51, so it's relatively new.
Right, correct. And ironically, and same with the weather control, ironically, it is from MIM technology that we got it.
All right, so again, so that we all
MIM were not aggressive at first.
The MIM are trying to cool the planet.
Correct.
They're actually trying to cool the planet. So, the humans, you and your group, are coming from the year 2063, trying to modify the weather and make it warmer.
Right, gradually warming the planet.
So it will be completely inhospitable for the MIM.
Correct. And this is where the time gets to be wavy at best. They can travel through time. They don't consider it traveling through time. When they come to Earth in different times. They can't control that. And we think in a linear line, and this is where you have to You have to study a lot to understand this. They exist in all times all at once. And we are following a linear course. That is right. And that's the only part of the universe is what we live in exists that way. And they want that.
They want our planet, our resources, or they want our, in effect, our dimension, our linear way of living in
right. We're sure they want the resources as well, but the main reason we feel is that they want the linear aspects of time.
In the year 2063, what kind of government do we have?
It's not a one-world order per se. We do have the UN, which is in charge, but we do have sovereign nations. It would be more analogous to the United States now with different states, but you have a centralized government in Washington, D.C. Although the UN does not have its own armies per se, we do have leaders, and that's who I work for, is the UN. Or I did.
You did. Now, your mission, though not part of the weather group, you understand well what the weather group is doing. They're coming back, I guess, in large numbers. Is that correct?
Yes, they have different cells. They come back all through time, gradually changing
the climate.
The climate, and it's culminating now. We only have...
Well, we have a big argument going on in this timeline about what's called global warming. And the Vice President, as a matter of fact, just made another statement about it. I've got it here today, about the month of June being the warmest in all of recorded history. And he's begging Congress to stop blocking legislation that would begin to affect this one way or the other. And you're telling me that it's not exactly man's industrial current presence that's doing this. I choose to call it, by the way, what is the phrase they came up with?
Incontinuity.
Oh, thank you. I see you're a listener.
Well, you are in archives.
Climactic, I call it discontinuity. Discontinuity. And that's just because it avoids the political argument. In other words, obviously, I think most people listening right now would agree the weather is definitely changing rapidly.
Yes, and it'll keep changing more rapidly. You have to go back all through time. We go back and we change it gradually in each era, but since we're getting closer to the era of the MEM, we need to up it more and more. And this is what you're seeing.
It's going to accelerate.
Correct.
Let me ask you about this. In the process of warming the planet, if that's really what's happening, millions of people will die because storms will get tremendously worse. Yes. They already are. It's happening now. And here's something I need answered. You're coming back, or they're coming back, the climate team, and doing this is going to kill millions of people. What about the paradox problem? If you kill millions of people to, in effect, give Earth a poison pill so the MIM can't occupy it, then don't you end up doing yourself in through the paradox problem?
We don't see it that way, or they do not see it that way. I've come to see the light on this, but they don't see it that way. They don't see any paradox problems. They have gone back into ancient history, and they've changed things, and it has not changed the future.
So then that tells us something about the nature of time. You're telling me that whatever you do, it's sort of it's kind of like pushing on something that returns to its original form. In other words,
correct. You have to think of time in think of it as a big loop of string with small loops all around it. On the outside, every minute is another loop, every hour is another loop. This is how we can visualize it in linear time. The loop will go right back to where it not exactly to where it began, but it will go back to where it began. That's why we have to go through time and make these gradual changes. We can't just do it all at once.
Well, that would make sense.
That's the whole problem with this.
All right.
And I'm not a Trav T tech of time. Like I said, I'm an agriculturist. I find the ancient wheats and tomatoes and seeds that are tolerant of heat, and we hybrid them in the future.
All right. Nevertheless, you're aware of what this
right. I've been briefed on
climate team is doing, and what is it that turned you against their mission so much so that you're now a rogue traveler?
Well, you have to think of it. This is the best way I can describe it. Think of something that would save you in this time if you had the ability to time travel. Something that would save you, your friends, your neighbors, your family. And you go back 50 years per se, 80 years, and you had a choice of killing all those people to save yourselves and your friends. Those people you don't know, their history, they're already dead in your mind.
Correct.
Killing them is not a huge thing. You can sacrifice them to save yourself.
So
you know the paradoxes aren't...
I know, I understand. The justification is that really these people are already dead to them.
Correct. They're ancients. It would be like saying I have to go back to ancient Egypt and destroying millions of the slaves that built the pyramids to save myself. You don't have any connection with those people. It's a very... It's a very selfish thing. I know you think that way.
How did you decide that the morality of that was wrong?
Well, as an ag tech, I've been left by myself. I was up near Mount St. Helens because after the first blow of Mount St. Helens, many of the plants that grew there are tolerant to heat. And being by myself, I've interacted with the populace of this time. And I've got to know them, and I see them as human beings now, not just some ancient history lesson.
Not as a bunch of technically dead people. So
right, faceless people, faceless ancients. The other Trav-Ts, the weather techs, they usually are with a group, and they pretty much contain themselves to that group so they can be non-emotional, very detached.
For saying what you're saying on the air tonight, if they could get hold of you, what would they do?
I'm afraid they would kill me. They may take me back to the future, but I'm afraid that they would kill me.
All right. Hold on right where you are. We're far from done. All right. We're going back now to the man who calls himself Single 7, one who is hunted. You're back on the air, sir.
Yes, hello.
I should tell you about a fax I just received, and I will. It's obviously not from your same machine at all, but from an entirely different one. And I don't mean to frighten you, but it just says, Art Bell, imperative to our cause that you get Single 7's location, signed Hunter 12.
I really don't believe that they would send a fax to you, Mr. Bell.
You did?
Yes, I did, but like I said, they're pretty autonomous. They don't interact with the species. They pretty much don't listen to your radio broadcasts. I was off by myself, interacting with people. Some friends of mine told me about your show, and I did fax you, but I doubt that they would. If they could, but I've never heard of any Hunter 12. Single 7 is just a rank.
Single 7 is a rank?
Right. My true name is Jonathan.
Jonathan, what about your own people, the people from your division? You were not in the climate control division, you say?
No, I was not a weather tech.
So what would their attitude toward you be now?
Well, they would be the ones who'd want to kill me.
What about...
Remember, this is a very patriotic war. This is humans against
I've got you.
aliens.
I've got you. Well, so
Anything
my next question is about the MIM, or what we call the Greys. I take it they have a similar attitude towards you.
Yes, of course, because we're trying to exterminate their species.
So you're kind of like the guy who's between, who's got the mob and the FBI after him at the same time.
Correct. A man with no time, my friends have said.
So how do you exist day to day? Do you stay moving? What do you do?
I stay moving. So far, I've had a network of friends who know other people who send me off to other people. And I live as a transient among them.
Kind of like an underground railroad sort of deal.
Underground railroad.
Well, it's
like
an old
subway.
phrase, yeah. Obviously somebody in your position telling us this story about this war that is going on, and it virtually is a war, I guess.
Yes, it's for the existence of humans.
What can we do?
Here in the past, you can...
Here in the past, yes.
You can try to find the Trav-T groups when they come along. You can search out their satellites that they have in orbit. They do have them shielded, but our shielding technology isn't that great. They do give off radio emissions that can be found. Like I said, I'm not a tech, but I do know of all these things.
Can you give us a general idea of how they're changing the climate, how they're warming the climate?
It's done with EMP pulses, some sort of microwave EMP pulses. And they find tectonic joints or tectonic weak spots, and they pulsate these things. And what they're trying to do is create more volcanism. Now, sometimes it creates earthquakes, and as I said, the tsunami.
Well, we sure are believe me, we're having more volcanism right now. It's been very seriously on the increase worldwide. And
aware of it here in the Northwest. I wasn't aware of it.
Frankly, a lot of geologists are at a loss to explain it.
Is it happening all at once?
Mexico, Sicily, Italy. I could go on and on and on and on.
These things are all happening at once.
Rumblings under St. Helens. It's not even worth in Japan. Of course, you know about the earthquake. You mentioned it yourself.
Yes, correct.
That produced the tsunami that killed so many.
Yes, and I don't know it for a fact, but I do believe, because part of it is, the main part would be warming the water temperature. So they try to do it underneath the ocean, try to get the volcanism to come up and warm the water temperature as well.
Wow.
But let me ask one question of you. You said these volcanoes, they're happening at once. They're rumbling at once.
Yes, rumbling and worse. Some are...
I was not aware of this.
That's Central America, South America. I could go on and on and on. They're expecting... I heard from Stan Dale, a friend of mine in Australia. He's worried about an eruption there. It's worldwide. And almost every geologist you talk to would suggest it's ridiculous that there can be no connection between volcanoes, but it's awfully synchronistic that they seem to be all becoming active at once.
Yes, that's correct, and that's what I'm afraid of, is they are upping the amperage to make these volcanoes start acting all at once. And I need to warn people.
All right.
Tell them to look for these Trav-T.
If these Trav-T groups are successful, how bad is it going to get?
Well, our goal is 15 degrees hotter on average worldwide. And it's going to melt the poles, and we know that in the future, and it's going to have devastating... I can tell you from an agricultural standpoint, the problem with people here in the past, or the present people right now, they're planting crops that are all hybrid, the same kind of crops. This means that they're all acceptable to the same diseases. You have one disease, you have one hot summer, all crops fail. Before, in the past, what we found is they would plant, an example, 20 different varieties of corn, 10 varieties of beans. And if one fell to heat, disease, insects, the others would survive, which would propagate a higher order of plants, a stronger order. But they're not doing that anymore. And I can say that the crops will fail because of the heat and the bugs, the insects that the heat does bring on.
We are also suffering all kinds of other indicator problems, like frogs worldwide are beginning to die, and apparently it has to do with, we think, the ozone depletion. And this is getting to be a very serious story. They tried to ascribe this to all kinds of other things, but now it seems clear, the scientists are saying, and they've done controlled experiments, that frog eggs and frogs are, the eggs are dying, they're not making it. Frogs themselves that are born, that do make it, are deformed generally. Things appear to be changing at a very rapid rate. I noticed it. I called it the quickening. It's just a name I came up with, but it's accelerating very quickly. So what's the timeline like?
How do you mean the timeline?
Well, for the increase in temperature, for the non-viability of crops.
2031 is when we want the 15 degrees average, if that's what you're asking.
Well,
now, about the frogs in the ozone layer, I don't remember my history very well, and I wasn't briefed on this. I don't think this has anything to do with the trap T groups. I think this is maybe a cyclical cycle, or it could be an offshoot of the volcanism. I don't remember anything in my history lessons about
All right,
that.
how would we recognize, is there a way to recognize these Trav T groups?
Well, recognizing them, looking at them, I mean, we're humans, we look the same. There's not any great evolutionary jumps from
now to then.
Now to 2063.
I understand.
But you can find the satellites that they do use.
So we probably would not be able to recognize the operatives.
No, you wouldn't. But you could trace. They do have to control the satellites. And this is done still with basically the same technology. An RF signal.
Yep.
Sometimes carried on laser beams, but most of the time just a regular RF signal.
Now, our government, the American government, has satellites up capable of detecting, in fact, cellular communications from space. I mean, tiny amounts of RF.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible that our government in this time now is aware of signals that are being sent?
I wouldn't think so. They might be aware, but they might not know the origins or what they are right now. I wouldn't think that the higher-ups in the future would allow that the government would know, of course, because they would want to protect their own people.
Do you think that the MIM, that our government is aware of the existence of the MIM? This has been
through history, this is shown, yes. They are aware.
Is this, I mean, you're now a rogue operative.
Yes.
Is this any sort of battle that we can win?
I believe in the future that they can. I believe that with craft that we have invented, some of our weapons, that we can actually repel the MIM. I don't think...
How far advanced? I'm sorry to interrupt. How far advanced are the MIM?
The MIM are quite advanced. We don't know much about them. We do know that they are on a hive collective, much as the same as insects of ant varieties or bee varieties. We don't know if they have higher ups. We don't know too much about them.
Do you believe them to be a distinctive race or a hybrid of some sort?
We believe them to be a race.
You do?
Yes, an extraterrestrial species. Highly advanced. We don't believe that they are from another dimension or future of here.
What would you say to people who are listening to this who say this guy is a complete delusional mess, even though I'm here to say you don't sound that way? You sound quite together to me, but there are people out there who will say, bah humbug, what a delusional pile of crap.
Yes, of course, this is the problem I have with many people trying to speak. They can't comprehend the fourth dimension of the MIM, and that is quite hard, I understand. And all I can look at it as is that they're ancient peoples. They just don't quite understand. It would be somewhat analogous if you went back 80 years with computers but you didn't actually own these things, but you were able to go back and you talked about them.
Of course,
so people of that time would think that you were delusional.
Magic, yeah, that I would be delusional. You're absolutely correct.
No, I don't think they would think it was magic unless you could produce results. But if you just talked about it, then you would be considered a heretic.
All right. One thing that people would ask is, if you are from the year 2036.
No, I'm from the year 2063.
I'm sorry. You're quite correct. Trying to catch you there. If you're from the year 2063, then you ought to be able to tell us some of what's coming. Aside from the horrendous changes in the weather, if these groups are successful, can you tell us any of our own future?
Yes, I don't think any paradoxes would exist. What would you like to know?
A lot of people want to know what's going to occur around the year 2000, which is just around the bend. We've got a big computer problem.
The year 2000?
Yes.
Well, there's what, if I remember right, the year 2000 is what was called a mock depression in the United States.
A mock depression?
Yes, there was a problem with computers, but there was actually no problem, but there was such a panic. It was somewhat like Chicken Little, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. So many people believed it that there was something to do with computers. There was going to be a problem. Many people made runs on banks. Many people started suicide cults, these type of things. And the result was a mock depression that lasted. They called it a mock depression. It was actually very real, as what the history says.
A depression, for whatever reason, is a depression.
Right, but it was not caused. It was caused by panic. It was not caused by anything but panic.
Nothing real. In other words, just the pure panic over the whole thing.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense. What about automobiles, pollution, environmental problems over the next years? They're very serious right now.
Right, and correct, and that's part of the TRAP-T group's part. The invention of the combustion engine and the keeping away of all other alternative energy sources is mainly due to some of the TRAP-T groups in the political arenas and industrial waste.
I must say, if all of this is a story, it sure as hell is a good one, and you seem to have your act together pretty well.
Well, it's not a story, Mr. Bell.
I understand.
And of course, I can answer many things from the future, but you have to remember that I am a human, and I went to school like anyone else did, and I have to tax my memory.
How did you do in history?
History, I did fairly well. Fairly well. I'm not a history major. I'm basically a farmer.
I understand. A lot of people say, my friend, that why are there not language differences?
But there's a lot of acronyms that we use in the future. But I'm trying not to use them here because they do become clumsy.
But basically the language, after all, it's only 65 years or so.
Right, but
from now, so it's basically remained intact.
fairly well, but it has a lot. Acronyms have just taken over that I can hear when I'm speaking to you. You don't use as many acronyms as we do in the future. They're everywhere. They're for almost everything.
It's incredible to contemplate a war for our planet, a virtual war for our planet, and our own people coming back to virtually kill millions. And I'm sorry, but we have to look at it that way. We don't look at ourselves as dead and in the past.
Correct, and I do understand, and this is the realization that has come over me. You must understand, though, that these people from the future, and I was one, very patriotic, very single-minded. We're talking about the extinction of the human race.
Yes, you're virtually, so it's the, I don't want to say kill the few, because it's not few, but kill the few to save the many.
Right, actually, it would be, we would be killing a lot more than we are going to save. Because we do expect water levels to rise. We do expect it to get much, much hotter.
If the poles were to melt,
which we do expect to happen,
then we could expect sea level rises of between 20 and 50 feet.
Correct, monstrous. But we hope after this is the hope, that after the MEM are repelled, that we can
somehow restore it. All right, look, would you be willing to answer questions from the audience?
Yes, I would.
You would? All right, then.
I need to get this out.
All right, then. You're on. Coming up in the next hour, we will indeed open the lines. And if you have a question for Single 7, we'll be right back. Back to Single 7, and they're lined up to talk to you, Single 7. But I've got one fax question that I think is a good one.
All right.
Ask Single 7. 1. Is the person alive today that had a part to play in the development of the time device?
Is the person alive
today?
Now, in this present frame?
Yes.
No.
No.
Would be, that would make him in his late 60s.
All right. Indeed it would. Then can you give us some brief idea of what time travel, how time travel is accomplished? Is it a technical matter?
You mean a machine type?
Yes.
Yes, it's a tachyon type of plasma device that you're bombarded with.
That would make sense. All right, let's go to the phones and see what we get. First time caller line, you're on the air with Single 7. Hi.
Hello, Art. Hello, Single.
Hello.
This is Jack in Rockland, California.
Hello, Jack.
My question was, has all other avenues been exhausted in battling the men, or what we know as the Greys, or does it just come down to just we got to burn them out?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, he's saying, I'll repeat it for him. Stay on the line, sir. He's saying, have all other avenues of fighting the MIM or the Greys been exhausted, or has it really come down to we just virtually have to burn them out?
Oh, in the future, where I'm from?
Yes, sir.
No, not all. That's the whole reason that I've become rogue. No, this is the easiest way. It was thought, without much loss of life and limb.
You feel there's other ways to battle?
Oh, correct.
Is it through technology that we've gained from them, or we've learned along the way?
It's part of both.
I have one other question. Does Area 51 still exist in your time?
Area 51. Where is this at?
It is near me in Nevada. It is a secret base not admitted to by our government, where many people feel that evidence of the MIM may lie. In other words, that our government has had contact.
Well, I know that some of the first contacts in this country were in a desert area. There are many secret bases, but I don't know them by any nomenclature of any kind. I'm sorry about that.
Well, that kind of answers the question, I'd say.
I would too. Caller, I just got a fax from a physician whose name I will not give, but he says, this man that you have on, if it's a story, it's damn good.
Yeah, maybe you should have David Oates reverse speech this guy.
All right. You take
Reverse speech.
Yeah, reverse speech is a way of allegedly detecting the truth about anybody's, using anybody's voice and running it in reverse and looking for certain specific phrases.
That's very interesting.
It is interesting. Wild card line, you're on the air with single 7.
Yes, Art, this is Dan in Virginia.
Hi.
I think his name's Jonathan, if he doesn't mind me. Is that correct?
I'm having trouble hearing.
Are you?
It sounded muddled. What was the...
Well, he said he believed your name was Jonathan, yes?
Yes, Jonathan.
Yeah, which would you prefer me to use, single 7 or Jonathan?
Jonathan, please. Now that I'm rogue, I don't really have a rank anymore.
Okay, I have several questions. One has to do with a dimensional shift that we are, since is happening now, moving us into the 4th dimension. And I was just wondering if you had any substantiation on that, from your time period.
Well, there are dimensional shifts whenever a MIM craft comes into being. Through history, you can see spontaneous combustions, things falling from the sky. It's a patchwork type of time frame. A part of the 4th dimension will come with them, and things will be jerked out of time and space, and a lot of times deposited.
Oof. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jonathan.
Hello, this is me.
Yes, you. Where are you?
I'm calling from Miami, Florida.
Miami, all right.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Yeah, you're going to have to yell at us.
Yeah, I'm calling from Miami. The first question I have is, there's a lot of talk about government secrecy and Area 51 and the cover-up and UFO abductions. Does this information ever get revealed? And if it does, what's the outcome of the revelation?
All right. The question is about alien abductions. In fact, in this time period, we're getting a lot of reports of people being taken on board ships, people with implants in various parts of their bodies.
Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Yes, that does happen. That did happen all through time. So we do know that. That's the MIM. They're probing for weaknesses.
They're probing for weaknesses?
Yes, sir. Weaknesses in our human species.
All right, I want to read you something very briefly. This is from a friend of mine in Australia. It's also posted, folks, by the way, on the website. It's entitled Advisory from Stan and Holly Dale. Stan Dale, as you know, is a very good friend of mine. The following explains that there are other scientists besides Stan very concerned about a lake called Taupo possibly erupting, repeat, erupting. Scientists are going on 8 dives in 2-man subs, taking samples of the gases gushing out of the submarine vents, as well as rock and sediment. They will be doing this at the reef. I'm sure you have heard this referred to as the plug in the volcanic dome in this lake. Scientists are fairly sure the area contains an active geothermal field, including hot water jets possibly gushing out of hydrothermal chimneys, the underwater equivalent of geysers, and this is in Australia and New Zealand. Does this sound like the work of one of these groups, Jonathan?
Yes, it sounds like the starting of a new cell that they've started. That's how it usually begins, with jets in the bottom of the ocean, of what I understand, and then it builds and builds over time, of what you would consider time, builds into volcanic activity.
Okay, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jonathan. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. How are you?
Okay, you're going to have to yell at us. Jonathan is in a noisy place, I think.
Okay, First of all, I have a little trouble with the time travel aspect. I believe that the Philadelphia experiment explained why time travel really does not work. And I also was curious, if you are, and I love to ponder questions or answers, what are the pyramids for?
Oh, I see. All right. It's a good question for you, Jonathan.
What is what for?
The pyramids. Do we know anything more? Do you know anything more in the year you come from about the pyramids than we know now?
Well, the pyramids, they're just stones. They're stone pyramids. I don't understand. You mean you think there's something that they're for?
Yes. That was the question.
Well, no. Well, thinking about it, there were cult groups at the start of the millennium that thought that there were places all over the earth for certain things, but it hasn't been proven or anything, and those have pretty much died away by the time I was even born.
You told me that by your year, by 2063, right? There will be if all works out, how much of a temperature change?
A 15 degree.
Plus 15 degrees.
An average.
All right. Between now and 2063, surely long before we get to 15 degrees plus on average, conditions here will become intolerable in many parts of the world. And my question would be, when do you think that would begin to occur? I mean, it's underway right now.
Like I said before, by 2051.
By 2051. All right, fine. First-time caller line, you are on the air with Jonathan. Hi. Hello?
Hello?
I am. This is Todd calling.
You from where?
Hello?
Actually, I'm calling from the future.
You claim to be a time traveler.
Right. I'm on with this. This is a long story here. I'm going to try to make this short. I see. I'm calling from an agency from the future. Okay, we're tracking down this fellow, Single 7.
All right. Well, this is somebody who claims to be tracking you down, Jonathan.
Excuse me. Hello.
Yes. Yes. We are calling from right now the future. Okay. We managed to communicate with Earth, and with the current date as it is now 1998. This fellow here, Single 7, okay, is not given an accurate description of what's going on. I'm actually working for a detective agency for the United Nations, as he calls it, the sovereign nations, and it's not quite as...
All right, what is not accurate about what he has said?
Okay, what's not accurate is that we are not going to kill out anybody, like he says. You see, we're just warming up the Earth to proper temperature. But we're not actually going to do anything of that sort to kill out millions of people. We know what goes on. We do not want to disrupt life as it is.
All right, so he's denying, Jonathan, any...
Yes, Mr. Bell, anyone who calls Interfax is into it. I was kind of a radio buff of your show from the past. I can't believe anyone from any of the cells would actually be listening to you. I don't mean to deflate your ego or anything, but I don't.
Doesn't bother me.
They're so single-minded that they do a task and then they leave to the next task. I just can't believe that anyone would be calling you.
You don't think that he's credible?
Correct.
But surely anybody from one of these task forces that are here even temporarily would probably say something like he said in defense of what they are doing, wouldn't they?
Oh, I'm sure they would, if they even bothered at all to talk to anyone.
In other words, they feel that their mission to warm Earth is God, country, and apple pie, and...
Correct. It's ultra-patriotism.
Exactly.
They're very single-minded, like I keep saying. They're quite a humorless bunch. I'm, like I said, a farmer, and there were a few farmers that were picked to collect the grains and seeds. I just can't believe I've met with these people. It was even hard talking to them.
All right, so
myself.
it really was your job then to collect these grains and seeds and try and adapt them to be able to grow in the much warmer climate.
Well, no, we wouldn't adapt them. We would sequence their DNA and hybrid them with other crops. We'd take out the adaptability and use them for our crops in the future, because the warming trend, like I said before, would destroy most crops.
Uh-huh.
And this was my job, just to find these ancient crops, the paleo ag tech.
When did it begin to turn for you? I mean, how long ago in real time, linear time did you?
It was a tsunami.
It was the tsunami that
yes,
did it.
Everyone was talking about it in a place I was at the time, and I saw horrible pictures of dead bodies, and it all clicked to me. It reminded me of some of the men massacres that we've had.
How much of what has gone wrong, tragically wrong, with the climate that has resulted in many dead and or earthquakes is a result of what the MIM have done?
The MIM I don't understand. You mean the MIM cooling?
Yeah. In other words, we've got your group with satellites and a geologic poking about.
Yeah, the only times that I know of the MIM changing things were in the ancient past of Earth.
Ice ages.
Right. They were trying to get it to wipe out humans. A preemptive strike, if you will.
You realize, of course, that a lot of people listening will have a very difficult time believing all this.
Yes, as I said before, I want to try to get it out, but as I said before, you'd have to picture yourself going back to maybe the start of the century or the 20s or 30s and trying to explain jet aircraft or computers and not actually having one, and they just wouldn't believe you.
Believe me, I do understand that. All right, hold on, Jonathan. We will call you Jonathan by your request. If you have questions for Jonathan, so far this one comes up credible to me. But if you have questions for Jonathan, come now. All lines are cooking, so I guess you are on the way. All right, back now to Jonathan. Jonathan, a trivial question.
Mr. Bell, 1 minute.
All right.
I will answer your questions. I only have about 15 more minutes.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Stupid question, maybe. Does baseball still exist in your time?
Oh, yes, it does.
Ask single 7, I'm reading now the facts. Jonathan, if we are patriotic to a one world government or the U.S., in other words, is it still a nationalistic pride, or is it the patriotism to the combined governments, the UN, if you will?
Right now, it's patriotism to the human species. We're at war.
I understand. He also asks, what happens to President Clinton?
What happened to whom?
The president we have now of the U.S., President Clinton, who is in a considerable amount of domestic difficulty. It's probably a trivial question.
Yes, and I don't remember. He must have not been a hugely important president, because I just don't remember. I don't remember all the presidents.
Yeah, that's a good answer. All right. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Jonathan. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
All right.
Nice to be on your show, Art.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Sacramento, California.
Okay.
And my name's James. I have a question. I'd like a quick few, and that's only because of certain things I've heard on the radio show in recent times. I don't know how, Jonathan, how well you know about history, at least in your time, and what's happened I'll say from now until the time that you're from. I'm curious, does California actually fall into the ocean?
Uh-huh.
California falling into the ocean? No, we do surmise that it will be under the ocean.
And again, that would be because of the warming, the melting of the ice caps?
Correct.
That would definitely do it.
You mean the actual land sliding down into the ocean? No.
Yeah, he's concerned about a geologic event that would virtually change, causing, as he points out, California to fall.
No, I'm not all that up on the weather tech, and there is a fault, I know, that goes through California. But I don't, even in their equations, I don't think that it actually slides into the ocean.
All right, here's a technical question for you. You may not be able to answer this, but you indicated that there were ground signals that were controlling satellites that are accomplishing this weather modification, correct?
Correct. The TRAV-T groups, of course. They have to control the satellite first.
Yes. Do you know offhand what frequencies we could listen to?
Yeah, there is a manual for it, and I don't have it, and I do apologize for it, and there's many, many frequencies.
How would you advise somebody who's trying to find these transmissions to look?
Yeah, what I'm going to have to do is try to find a dissident that is a weather tech. Get him. As I said, I can answer all the questions you would want about paleo agriculture, but the weather tech, I know I was briefed on it, and I know what their mission is, and I know some small parts of it, but very technical things I do not know.
All right, I understand. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Jonathan.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi. Good morning, Jonathan. This is Pam. I'm calling from Vancouver, Washington.
Yes.
I would like to know, in our time, Jonathan, here, we have quite a few people that are in clairvoyancy, prophecies of the future and what's going to happen. Is there a particular name of anybody that has proven out through history up to your time to have actually hit the nail on the head?
That's a very, very good question. We have prophets in our past, Jonathan, like Edgar Cayce and others, Nostradamus, who have been reputed to be very accurate in what they saw. We also have modern-day prophets today. When you look back from the year 2063, are there any names that come to mind of people who had it pretty well down today?
Yeah, I'm not really interested in that field. I tend not to believe it, and it kind of died out long before I was born. I do remember, hearing something about Nostradamus as some sort of prophet and some biblical prophets, but I don't know if I don't study on that. I know that might make my credentials go down, but I'm just not interested.
No, that's all right. I'll take the answers as they come. What about spiritualism or religion in your year? Does it continue? Does Christianity blossom? Does church going begin to wane? What is spiritualism like where you come from, when you come from?
Christianity somewhat died in 38 when they found the Ark in Ethiopia. Had some sort of inscriptions on it that I don't know how to explain it. A lot of Greek mythology was turned into the Christianity type of religions.
Wow.
It was dealt kind of a blow because of that. I know that there was some ancient other myths from other lands.
Why would the finding of the Ark, wherever it would be found, diminish Christianity?
Well, it was found and it had inscriptions, literal inscriptions on it that weren't like a modern day Bible, a book.
Oh.
And what they could do then was trace them back to ancient myths, like the myth of Jesus was traced back to the myth of Hercules being part man, part God. Even his name, Jesus, was from the Zeus, part of his father's name.
All right. East of the Rockies.
Is that a very...
That was an answer that will get me a lot of mail. That's all right, though.
Oh, I do apologize.
That's quite all right, Jonathan. I'm used to it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jonathan. Where are you, please?
Hey, Art, this is Kevin in Johnson, Nebraska.
All right.
I have a couple questions, one serious and one not so serious.
Okay.
One is, right now in our time, the big scare right now that everybody's talking about, they're in movies and stuff, are asteroids and comets, and I was just wondering if, in your time, if we run into any problems with them. And second, my second question...
Well, hold on, one at a time, pause. Asteroids and comets are a concern. We have a lot of Earth-crossing asteroids, just big old nasty rocks out there. Should they impact the Earth, would take away a great deal of life, and cause...
yeah, I'm going back to my science classes now. From that, what I remember, I mean, there is nothing that's impacted from the time I'm from, but what I remember is that Jupiter is pretty much what saves Earth and most of the inner planets because it's so big and it tends to be a magnet, and that's what keeps the rocks from hitting Earth.
Well, actually, that's a very good explanation. It has an incredible magnetic field.
Yeah, I'm going back to my elementary science.
All right.
And the man said he was from Nebraska.
Yes.
Yes, I'm from South Dakota, actually.
Oh, cool.
Went to the South Dakota School of Mines for farming. Yeah. Go 49.
Well, my second question is more of a pop culture question. I'm a big fan of rock and roll. I like Art does, I like Fleetwood Mac and Nirvana and stuff. I was wondering if rock and roll still exists in your time.
Good question.
Rock and roll, no, I'm sorry.
No?
No, I've listened to rock and roll. They play it on some of the nostalgic nets, but what we do for entertainment there is neuroaugmentation. I don't know how to explain it quite.
Neural augmentation.
Yes, it's like you have now is the internet. Just picture the internet if you could take a plug it into your mind and communicate that way with the thoughts of others. It's very interesting for sex as well.
Indeed, it causes one's mind to wobble. West of the Rockies?
Yes, the big entertainment in our culture is switching partners. You know, a man can feel what a woman feels.
Oh, brother. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jonathan.
Hi, this is Cindy from southern New Mexico.
Hello, Cindy.
What are the weaknesses of the MIM? We don't have much information at all about the Greys.
There's a really good question. She's asking. Yeah, I can ask it for her. She's asking, what are the weaknesses of the MIM or the Greys? We don't know a lot about them.
Yes, right, and that's pretty much where we're at in the future too. We have captured some of them. We know that their bodies aren't as tolerant as ours. The extreme weather changes. They need the cold. They need it extremely cold and extremely dark, pretty damp. They're of a humanoid type species, and they do have disc-shaped craft, but the craft, it's hard for them to keep into the third dimension. That's the whole reason that they're here. They're trying to make it into the third dimension. So when they're here, it wouldn't be a war like you would know of. They don't swoop down all the time on human beings. There have been incidents, but most of the time it's fought in space and in time. They're trying to change the weather. That's how they're fighting this war.
Understood. Can you tell me for how long the MIM have been visiting Earth?
Well, they all through history, since prehistory. We took their first transmission in 2051, and that's how they got their name as MIM, is That was the first transmission that we got. It was a noise that sounded like MIM.
You've got your act together.
I just am telling you what I remember.
I understand. There is a very famous myth or reality, depending on what side of the controversy you believe. That young lady was calling from New Mexico. There was allegedly the crash of some kind of alien craft in 1947 near Roswell, New Mexico. Do you know anything about that?
Oh, that was more than 100 years ago. Like I said, I remember something about some of the first contacts in this time frame being in a desert area, and that's about all. I don't remember any town names or area names, no.
Well, there's an awful lot of people listening to this who are going to take you quite seriously, and they're going to want to know what we can do, or what we should be doing, how we can help.
Just try, and I wish I could help you further with this, but try to find those satellites.
Try to find the satellites.
Yes, and I do think that you have the technology to knock down those satellites. You have to remember that our technology isn't leaps and bounds ahead of yours in this time frame.
All right, but we've got to ask this. Let's say that we did that. Let's say that your warning as a rogue agent is successful, and we find and destroy the satellites that are warming the climate. Doesn't that leave humanity open to the Greys, to the MIM?
No, that'll just force the people in the future to go to more conservative type of weapons that we do have to fight the MIM. And we can fight them through time, but there's no need to kill millions of people in the past
to do it. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jonathan. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. I have a feeling he's not going to be able to hear you very well.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's my line or...
It may be your line or noise near you. Caller, what can I ask for you?
Okay. Well, you guys were all talking about satellites and what have you.
Yes.
I used to be able to pick up Art Bell on my big C-band satellite.
All right. Well, this is not relevant to what we're discussing right now. There is an analog signal that you can pick up that my affiliate in Nashville, WTN, transmits on G5, and I'll try and get that info for you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jonathan. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, you're on the air, sir. Where are you?
This is Morgan from Fort Worth.
Fort Worth, Texas. All right.
Yeah, hey, I've got an off-the-wall question for you, and he just touched on it a few minutes ago.
All right.
I was curious what dating or marriage or sex would be like in his time frame.
Apparently very different.
I don't think it's all that different. I don't think human beings will ever change all that much. There are some recreational technologies, but there is marriage and dating. I'm not married, but I have dated many women.
So
things pretty much the same.
Yes, pretty much the same.
Certainly, yes. The entertainments have changed, and morals, I don't know if they've changed all that much, to tell you the truth.
Well,
there are some people who say bad things about the neuro-augmentation, but
I would think in your time or any time, neural augmentation, as you described it, would be extremely controversial because, in effect, that allows cyber sex with anybody. And
correct, and many people all at once, too, if you can imagine climaxing all at once, and that's a big game as well.
So that's a pretty big moral...
That's more for the younger people, and you have to remember that I'm 32.
And so you're past all that, huh?
Well, not past it. I do like to indulge every now and then, but you have to keep upgrading those augmentations and some of the fashions that they have around the augmentations are...
All right, I realize our time is short. There's one other very important question I should ask. There's been a great deal of speculation that the MIM, or the Greys, have a specific interest in our genetic structure. and that people who are abducted, animals that are mutilated, and there is a lot of that going on, all of this is going on for something that has something to do with their genetic weakness. Is there anything to that?
There could be something to that. I don't know of anything. I know that we know that they have abducted people and they do take DNA samples. Animals, I'm not clear on why they would do that to animals. I've never heard of that.
All right. Let me ask you one more question about your field. This is something you should know about. We have something called crop circles, which are designs that appear to be very specific, intricate designs in crops, in fields of crops. It's occurring worldwide. Is it a weather phenomenon of some sort, or is it something we have yet to understand?
In fields of crops, you get circles.
Circles?
Round circles.
Yes.
Is this something the way they grow it in this time frame? I don't know anything of circular growth.
Okay. Jonathan,
I'm quite interested in that. You say that's in crops.
Yes.
And they grow them in circles.
Well, no. That suddenly, in the middle of the night, and for no reason, a group of circles or strange formations will appear, which could not possibly be done by human beings, and they have puzzled us for some time now. It is a worldwide phenomenon. Jonathan, we're out of time.
All right.
I guess
I'm very interested in that crop circle.
I understand. I guess you're on the run, huh?
Yes. Well, it's not quite as grave as I pointed it out to you in the facts.
All right.
Yes, I do have to keep on a move. If
Jonathan,
they do find me, they will.
I understand. Jonathan, if anything changes, you know my fax number. You know how to get hold of me. Fax me, all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Jonathan, and good night and good luck.
Thank you for putting out the word.
Take care. We'll be right back.